So that's not cool. That's scary.
Some people, wait, what?
It's a real issue. Traffickers, it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Sharks are eating cocaine.
They are.
It's scary. We got to do something about it. Right? They're annoying to hang out with.
Wasn't this a movie on FX at some point?
Cocaine Bear. No, that's Cocaine Bear. That's a true story, too.
I thought this is how Sharknado started or something like that. I'm getting them all confused right now.
Yeah.
So the sharks eat cocaine. Does that change their behavior? Do you know about this?
No, I haven't run into one yet. I'm waiting.
They swim a lot and their dicks get smaller. Yeah.
They can't stop talking.
A lot of chewing.
My straws are being repurposed, is what I'm saying.
Well, Tyler, Redman, what's the longest set you've ever done?
I've done 20. I'd love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
And we stay here in Texas, and he's already getting booked in the heart of Austin, Texas. There he goes. Oh, in here. Take one of these. It's a big one. Tyler, go on. All right, we're coming around the corner here. We're almost there. Big sponsor, your final bucket full of the night. John Moore, everybody. John Moore, everyone.
Hey guys, how's it going? Good crap, alright. So I was in the Army for a while. When I was overseas, I served with a Frenchman who stepped on an IED and lost all 4 of his limbs. I call him Napoleon blown apart. It's alright. He's got a sense of humor about it. The only thing he doesn't like about this joke is being called French because he's American. He's like, don't do that part of the joke anymore. It's very offensive. He's very successful now. He tours the country. He's a motivational speaker. Speaks to large crowds. Probably has more stage time than me and the rest of these comics put together. But at least we're all put together. You know what I'm saying? Did you guys know that when a small animal is about to die, it will try to wriggle out of my grasp? Thank you, and John.
John, welcome to the show, John. This is your first time here, correct?
This is my second time here.
Okay. How long ago were you on?
About 3 years. Joe was on the panel.
Okay.
Yeah, I bombed.
Yeah. This was better, huh?
Much better.
You're working hard at it.
Yeah, I did the same joke, as a matter of fact. I just kind of remixed it.
You made it better?
I don't know. Did I make it better?
No one remembers from 3 years ago. I don't even.
It was horrible. Well, it could not have been worse. I'll tell you that.
Was it the blown apart part?
I did tags. I tried to do.
Okay.
But none of the tags, none of the...
And you really do know a guy in the military that happened to?
True story, yeah. He's one of Gary Sinise's leaders, like Gary Sinise. They've got a whole camp up in Maine. I don't know if we have any quadruple amputees in here.
Gary Sinise runs a foundation where they care for people because he was Lieutenant Dan.
I know he's involved with like the
What are the odds of that? That's incredible. I wonder if Tom Hanks does that. We had a guy up here a second ago that loves ping pong. It would be great if there was. Okay.
We don't hear.
John, so where did you go when you were in the Army?
Afghanistan, 708.
Okay. You got any women over there?
Not really.
What do you mean?
Get your haircut every once in a while.
They have Afghani hairstylists up there. What do they do?
Actually,
All around your head?
most of them Kurdish, they cut the neck.
Seriously, to your hair like that? Okay. John, very interesting. What do you do for work now?
I'm an analyst.
What are you analyzing?
I'm a data analyst for DHL, actually.
Oh, wow.
I wore my work shirt.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, John. What else are you into? What do you do for fun?
Comedy, but I got a son.
Okay,
So
how's
I'm a
your
dad.
son?
He's 7.
7. And you're the father? Like, I mean, like you stay.
Biologically, yes.
So are you in the kid's life?
Oh, yeah. I have him 50% of the time. He was born premature.
DHL is another fast delivery. Wow, came early, but honey, the package I've been waiting for came early.
Coincidentally, actually, but I'm told there's no connection between those things.
Right. You came prematurely. And the baby prematurely.
Are you friends with the ex? Do you get along with the ex?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, holding on to that 50% right now. Holding on strong.
We co-parent.
Yeah. So you live here?
I live in Dallas.
Maybe the 7-year-old lives in Dallas?
Oh, yeah.
And the ex.
I took him to Disneyland this week, actually, which was great.
You told him someplace Dallas was Disneyland?
The state fair, right?
Wow. Okay, so you went to LA, you went to Disneyland.
Went to LA.
How did that go?
It was great.
Yeah.
Magical.
Have you been to Disneyland before?
When I was a kid.
Okay, what did you notice is different about Disneyland?
Well, I just noticed that it's very, artificial, right? Like, it's kind of like addiction. Like, you call it magical, but it's really more like intoxicating. Because you get
there you go. Turns out you ran out of time there. Unbelievable, John.
Thank you.
Okay.
Don't blow the illusion of Disney.
Don't
blow the illusion of Disney.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to tell me? There are costumes?
We saw Jack Sparrow,
Did his ex-wife shit on the bed?
I did last time.
There you go. All right, John. Well, congratulations. How old are you?
40.
40. And how long did you start stand-up?
4 years.
4 years. How does it feel? Have you been getting a lot of spots in? You're working in Dallas?
I got some spots. Yep, I've done some time at Dallas Comedy Club. This is kind of hit or miss.
You're happy you're doing that. It excites you.
Yeah, I love it. I came down here to get out of the routine,
Yeah. What's the worst set you've ever had in Dallas? How did that go?
Worst set I ever had was back here the first time.
Well, you know what? I'm going to play that right now.
What is up? I'm actually just looking for the bathroom. Because you guys boy made. I really was going to go to the bathroom, and I'm glad I did not. So I'm here with some friends from Dallas. I'm going to talk about my buddy that I was in the Army with. This guy is a legend. You guys may have heard of him. I'm not going to use his name, but he's got a foundation with Gary Sinise. He has earned a lot of money. Great guy and hysterical guy. Only reason I bring him up, one of the funniest guys I've ever met, right? This guy, when we were in service, huge, 6'7", 260, stepped on an IED and lost all of his limbs. Yeah, I did not tell you about this guy for obvious fucking reasons. I had one serious question about his dick. He got his wife pregnant, so that question has been answered. And truth be told, like I said, he's very funny. He's got a ton of stage time, more stage time than all of any other comics put together, but at least we're all put together. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus fucking Christ, John. What the fuck? God, you just came up and told a story about your funnier friend. Why didn't you let him sign up? We would have loved to have a fucking funny guy with no lips up here while you're up here telling these sad stories. How many of you think it should have been him that got blown up in the Army, huh? Yeah. How about that, John? How about that?
I deserve that.
You knew you had 1 minute.
I did not. Yeah, it's true.
And now we're back, so you guys got to see how that was. We're going to put your set in there just so that people know how terrible it was.
It was worse than that, actually.
Well, the good news is we only have about 1 million more listeners than we had 3 years ago. I love it. Well, John, congratulations. Here's a little joke, bud. There he goes, John Moore, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we've come to that time, ladies and gentlemen. There's only one guy with a chance to be able to put this thing. You guys know him, you love him, the freak of nature himself, the Kiltone man, the record holder for all sets and interviews, absolutely all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, the Manila Gorilla, the Big Machine, the Tijuana Tarantula, the Virginia Villager, the one and only William Lights Out Montgomery. Stage Talker actually asked me if I could talk. But seriously, Talker, my family has always worshipped you. It's awesome that you came down from heaven to do Kilto. Winona Judd is here. Winona Judd once performed during the Super Bowl halftime show. Meanwhile, Red Bay fucking Biden recently had his State of the Union address and said better things about Ukraine than the United States, which actually makes sense because the United States doesn't have a video of Hunter Biden fucking a dog. I learned that one from you, Tucker. And meet the first all in. At what point were they? Last week, a Boeing whistleblower was found dead in his car prior to testifying. Wait, did he work for Boeing or Hillary Clinton Airlines? Okay, that's my time. Thank you. Amazing. My God, he's something else. He's running around at the end of the 10 years. Yeah, never fucking.
commercials and on SNL, and music videos, ASAP Rocky, and his career took off, and he still has the time in his day to release stuff on you. And on March 9th, you gotta go to court, you're probably gonna lose and have to pay him, just like everybody else. The downfall of that's hilarious to me. Yes, it's shocking. I love that thing that he's talking about Kalila. Genetic. Well, this is what Kalila there. Mark was telling him just to Reddit show and just like Kalila said, how'd that work out for her? They stupid workout for you. God. The deal things like this shop is gonna try and do a deal with other stuff. And this is with a CEO for his lab. And with a parcel with deal was a deal with trash in there. But apparently shop is gonna try and get talk about other sports and get other people and allow the McCarthy Baker Mayfield or the son of that he's there. You have to remember some of my chat brothers up there. Rogers became partners on his cancer thing, whiskey, crap. And by the way, we're not going to retire. We're going my comments. We're going to go to Panther. But he said Aaron Rodgers partnered with Panther thing, whiskey. And we found out he spent as a charity. Some woman borrowed money and child labor, so my company Panther thinking the dude that stopped selling it. So this is sad. The Baba files are hilarious. This is a constant war with job. That's why I donate for hitting that link. Oh my God, the constant hilarious. You still get to see stuff I can't talk about. Because if I do, I'll be dragged in the court. I won the lawsuit, but we appealed. And there's still no copyright stuff. Like I said, there is no more of this other people. And more to come. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Brendan Schaub would appear to make one of the most effective athletes to entertainment transitions in recent times. After leaving the UFC behind, his podcast was big enough to be bankrolled by Fox Sports, pulling in major guests and allowing him to rub shoulders with the likes of Conor McGregor. Then he had his own shows, embedding him deeper into both MMA media and the content landscape in general. And soon, he followed the lead of his close friends like Joe Rogan, Ryan Callen, and Kristen Bell by embarking on a career in comedy, touring all over the world with his own brand of basically, it was all moving in the right direction for Brendan once he made the bold decision to embark on a new path. But somewhere along the way, Bill's well and truly fell off. Because after those early days of triumph, Brendan has basically been a figure of mockery for a long time, being viewed as not only idiotic, but incredibly conceited to boot. I hate everything.
Yeah, you should hate it. Everyone should hate it. And Boston next week, next Thursday. Boston. I don't like it. I don't care myself. I hate I hate everything. Not one thing that you're like, yeah, I'm stoked about that. Watch myself. And over time, what began as a critical figure became real animosity towards everything he did. You seen this documentary, The Most Hated Man on the Internet? No. Do you know who is the most hated man on the internet? His name is Damn it. get this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man?
Following years of near misses, it has all culminated in the podcaster's future looking very, very uncertain, with debts and dumb decisions piling up to the point that it looks like there might be no way back. It's your based on life of extras, and this is why Brendan Schaub has hit on the bottom. For a long time, Brendan Schaub seemed to have difficulty finding his calling. After a sport career in football his entire life, he realized in college that it wasn't what he was born to do. Shortly after, he embarked on a journey into martial arts, finding himself invested in jiu-jitsu, to the point that a career as an MMA in his new purpose. After winning just 4 fights, Brendan quickly found himself appearing on The Ultimate Fight, competing amongst teams like Big Country. To obtain a contract in the end, he wound up being the runner-up, beating him with a right hook, which knocked him out. This didn't prevent him from getting a UFC contract anyway, with his biggest achievement in the cage came when he managed to defeat the legendary Rabbi Rothschild. Generally, he toiled in the heavyweight rankings. It's reached a stage that within a few years of that group up, Joe Rogan would be famously telling him that he should be considering hanging up the gloves after an emphatic beating from Travis Brett, the man who just so happened to have a kid with his ex-girlfriend, Ronda Rousey.
It's not that you try hard, it's not that you're not dedicated, it's not that you're not disciplined, it's not that you're not intelligent. There's shit that other people can do that you can't do. If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how well do you think you do? Shit, wrestling? Yeah, I think people would be surprised. Really? I think so. I think you'd be surprised. I really do. Keep fucking you up. There's a certain amount, there's a bridge between you and the very best guys in the world. And I don't know if you get across that bridge. That's the reality.
And despite how heartbroken he was at the time, Joe seemed to have every faith that things would work out for him. And the reason is because he already had another path he could venture down. That outlet was The Fighter and the Kid, his podcast with comedian Brian Callen, which was regularly pulling in 500,000 to 1 million views per episode in its heyday. But then Brendan's career had a second wind, with Schaub getting embedded into the Joe Rogan Experience crew, to the point that he's one of the most recurring guests. But this accolade is also where the wheels fall off of him, especially because he earned a reputation as a yes man for Rogan.
To fucking kill shit out of me. The chip on your shoulder and the skin. Everybody has chip on your shoulder. You also see the drawbacks. You see a huge drop. It is tough to deal with. It's the toughest to do. Kind of a dicey pass in terms of the law and the reason for why. But it's fun. It's the funnest. It is. What's the best? You feel like this is a dirty business. Like, I don't want to be part of your business. It's dirty as business.
Plus, there were many fans who gradually began to see a side of him that they didn't like, where he was once humble and eager for every opportunity. His success helped him reach a new stage where he can't take criticism or even accept being made fun of, even if he dishes it out to everyone else. And ultimately, these are just two factors as why he went from a man people wanted to support to a top 1% of subreddits that's basically dedicated to chronicling his failings. As slowly but surely, he destroyed any goodwill that he had with bad decisions, weird behavior, and a whole lot of needless deception.
It's almost like fighting. I actually fight with you. If you're in a bar and a guy makes you mad at to fight and try to you hurt to knock him out. In a way, the times I've been in fights, I want to kill him. Can you relate to this too? Any fight I've ever been knocked out for, street fights. Yeah, too much street fight. I've been unfortunately, I don't think you've been involved. I've been raw rich. Don't tell me that because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. In the street, I know you do it. You don't fight. We win a lot of street fights in North Carolina. See, I had one ever in college, and then that's about it. My brother was always the one to get in fights and beat me up.
Over the course of The Fighter and the kid's early success, Brendan began to get himself a reputation as someone who wasn't afraid to be played with the truth. In fact, Predator and another asked why he was so despondent to go south. I accidentally joined his subreddit years ago. I knew that he was a UFC fighter, and that's it. Slowly but surely, that sub won me over because it's hilarious. Everyone has a friend who lies about big, weird, unnecessary stuff. Now imagine all your friends' weird, stupid lies are recorded and on that sub, sometimes in a 5-minute compilation, along with the evidence of him being. I've come to the conclusion he deserves the hate of lies about, like a weird amount about this stupidest things. He's got so many stories for famous people. Just stop to tell him how funny they think he is and how big fans. It's just fascinated by him. But any criticism that people had for him faded to stand up due to being friends with so many established points of comedy. Brendan ran booking big show a year of doing it under his belt.
You were also offering yourself like you were offering a lot of money on Showtime, and it was like I remember I can't do this, but you're like it's a lot of money. I gotta do something. Yeah, so we're to get it. It's like there's comics, years there. So what are you gonna do? You're already kind of famous. Like, UFC, the podcast was number 4. They go number 2 at one point.
And because he skipped those pivotal early years, his dudes, the material left a little something to be desired. And in cases, he was comedy, stealing, just
hate us. Do they forget us? They do, right? That's for me, it's very excited. Later, bring him out. And it's like, everyone's like, oh my god. Look at that.
From there on out, Brendan relentlessly hit the circuit, delivering set after set of jokes, which didn't necessarily land, and even reached the point where he was openly dissed by other stand-ups in a way that you didn't want.
And that's a 2.5-hour drive, so you really see nowhere. You mean the Arlington? Is that where it is? The Dallas Improv, Arlington. So yeah, that's where I go to all beers. Oh man, how do you know that? How do you know that it's filmed there? I was fascinated by it. I even know where instruction paper came from. We're showing up doing a podcast the king of the state, right? Yeah. Oh yes, but he's I thought he tested. I'm not mistaken. I saw him tested. Just over his public versus push-ups. I will stand there, so pressing the wall one time, saying it's not right, it's not a new guy. You just gotta walk and just let you know how patience with him. Yeah, number 3. Do you respect Brendan Shaw as an arena? You said yes, and the lie detector test determined that was a lie. Meanwhile, his mounting ego didn't help, particularly when it was routinely padded by his team. And there's a scroll to Instagram, and there's this guy working out. He's doing something. And somebody says, hey, Mark, they're just surprised you keep making shit happen. You ever think about that? I thought to myself, no, I'm not surprised you keep making shit happen. I'm just proud of you. It's a big difference. I'm proud of you because I know this has been a motherfucker. And I think in the darkest of 2 years that we've been having for us, since we met, kept kicking the sand back. And here we are. It's special.
In the end, the result was that both of his comedy split guarded to be among the worst of all time. scoring historically bad scores on IMDb, and essentially becoming a meme. Don't talk shit to me in Spanish. I struggle with English at times. What? Taquitos every Wednesday? Fuck yeah! Huevos y anchoas. Pues, chili, cheese bean. I'm gonna fucking take it out once a week. Maybe Brad's not trying to shit his pants. How about that? By surrounding himself with comedians like Kellen and his other co-hosts on shows like King in the State, such as Theo Vaughn and Christina, Brendan up here decided to believing that he was a comedian of their level, but it turned out that nothing could be further from the case, with Brendan basically become the same. However, it's fair to say that it wasn't just bad jokes that earned him this reputation and paved the way for his sleaziness. Matters either. First, later down the line, it'll even be abandoned comic, but it's fair to say that the reality of the situation is that it's not exactly language that is Marshall, don't just say that. I don't know. Last night I popped off because Joanna's and Nancy. Her English isn't great. It's like, I just managed to speak this Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. I'm talking to for an hour. I'm just gonna sit here and stare at the phone. Come on, that's a great dinner. Yeah, and I would just manage to a little bit, right? A little bit. Nothing. So I'm like, hold on. Oh, you just, I should go eat in another room. I should. You're going to go enjoy the food I bought. You're going to go figure out a way to pay for your house. And y'all can't tell the only language I speak. Is that not crazy? Well, this may be seen as being a bad partner by most people. It is fair to say that it might really be impossible for him to learn a second language when he has a pretty poor grasp on English. It's not just his unwillingness to learn and culture that's the problem, because if the rumors are to be just trying to cheat on his fellow comedian, starring an episode of the Trash Tuesday show, Brendan was famously exposed as a coon and handing letter. Guys do that? This thing I'm happy. Yeah. Walk me to my truck is married guy. And you know him, I'm not gonna say this. But you know him. Give me a walk. Why don't you get me like you should walk me to my truck? Like, so what I can blow you? Like what? It was just like it's a drive, but I love that we had the same people that the same ones. One is he came for you. Oh, he came for me so hard, and we know his chick. And like the thing that I think is like at least on Esther, he's coming for you. Don't worry. It's just crazy. You washed your hair. Esther, on New Year's Eve, when he was having dinner with his family, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" This year, maybe 3 years ago, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" I was like, "Nothing. I'm with my in-laws right now. Do you want to go?" It's like he thinks you're be partner in crime. Like I was like single. I'm like, why? Like it's not like we're devious together. It's like you think like if we go to your truck. Okay, let's say I was like him, which I was never in. Let's say I was him. So wait, we walked to my car. I finished my spot, being very good at comedy. You not being good at comedy. And while they didn't name names, it seemed abundantly clear who they were talking about to the point that he came after them. The end result was a showdown on Tiger Belly, the podcast that Kalila hosted with her then boyfriend Bobby Lee. And let's just say it didn't do wonders for either Brendan or Kalila's public image. If I had a time machine, I could go back. I would have called. The reason we're here is because I didn't handle this. And I'll say this right now and get back to that trash Tuesday. That's and I'm not saying because I truly believe neither of you have anything to do with this role. Maybe someone on your team. I don't know. Well, I'm just taking from my perspective.
he was here, and that's my family. So if you're coming to me saying you're not responsible for your team is, you're coming before my family. I think he's got here.
I'm really glad that you got that love from it's weird, and that's why I'm here. And that is why I'm here.
Okay, but
That's why I'm here. So,
wait. Okay, so let's you have your whole timeline in your head of how this went down, and I have my own timeline. And while I want to believe those two things are separate, the timing is very suspicious.
Why does it not make sense? It's your perspective, and I get it. Perspective. For him to get back to me, it has to get out of control. And as far as the alien stuff goes, that's where I do have to defend myself. I have to, you guys didn't say my name, right? I didn't.
We didn't. The line was, "What am I gonna do? Suck your unfunny dick?" And then I came back.
As far as being there, but you, again, I didn't see it, but as far as she saying I asked her to lock my car.
No, I think that I cannot speak for her. I can only tell you what was said on that particular.
And again, if that's how she feels, she's got to feel like that. That never happened.
Gradually, things got out of hand to the point that it seemed like he was threatening me, while also suggesting that Bobby was behind all the hate that he got online.
You know what I mean? That I'm some Reddit mastermind that there's files and proof that you can trace, me from Reddit back to my house, the URL, the IP address, and that I have been for 5 and 6 years have been coyly and contributing to threads that were
From what you had said.
responsible, right? And that that you were gonna expose me to COVID and all these things. And then I should get a lawyer, and then this is what you told me. And also, just like you, it was at a level 10 of rage. It wasn't like a soft-spoken, it was extreme, threats. And then you called Lila things I don't even want to mention. I know you didn't.
I never you guys said I don't talk like that. I would never call Lila.
And then you told me that on the phone call. On March 3rd, you text Bobby asking if he's handled the quote-unquote shit yet because you're still negative comments. In this text chain, you said, "I don't want to have to finance with her, but if I have no choice, this is all direct quotes, I can never believe it." And this was referring to the Bobby and I were in an open window thinking that was someone going to directly hurt me.
Obviously, the open relationship, you and I, that's not for the book, we were talking about for the book consumption.
The one Kalila isn't actually beloved either. Lashing out at someone as beloved as Bobby didn't go well, to the point that both Shop and his comedian comrade, Brian Callen, basically apologized to save face.
Yeah, I'm proud to see Bobby. I know I have nothing towards him. I don't care. I think he's hilarious. He's so talented, but I'm sure he feels the same way. Like my life doesn't get better if we never I think he's a great guy. You came up with a dinosaur. I was never that close with him. I've always appreciated him as such a talent. He was a great podcasting and stand-up. It's not like I missed him.
I think that put him in that mix was 100% wrong. And I was working on that information, and I take full responsibility. I don't blame the information I take
To the business world that he was in a scourge of comedy, Brendan began my channel known as Kyle Swindlers, posting videos intended to expose Shop.
I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I'm a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're going to critique stand-up or fight pigs or whatever, like football pigs, all good. That's what that's for. Now, if you're going to go out there defamation, Brendan hits his kids or beats his wife, and got my attention, I'm going to defamation, they got my attention, start doing this evil stuff, come for you.
And after maintaining that he had a legal team to triumph, the district judge concluded that Kyle's use was fair.
And they spent several $100,000 nearly fighting this guy. And he keeps bragging about, like, I got these bees to the lawyer. Like, okay, so you can keep this guy's YouTube channel down because the guy gets instantaneously made another YouTube channel and has been making videos about Britney Spears stuff, you know, like $100 and flushed it down the toilet, complaining about, like, you know, $10,000 there. File this thing. It just seemed like a giant money pit. And actually, really funny. Actually, on this lawsuit, you know, because Brendan's understanding was that this guy's going to have to take down all his channels.
As things continued to go wrong, some internet commentators suggested that there's some kind of hex on Brendan, as when someone leaves his inner circle, they seem to instantly prosper. Meanwhile, Brendan just keeps faltering. After a good run on the King of His Name, Theo Vaughn left the show.
No, I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King of the Sting. Just want to thank you guys for just being a part of my life and letting this show be a part of your life. And you know, grateful to you, Brendan, man. Appreciate it.
Since then, Vaughn has only flourished, with his own This Past Weekend podcast becoming one of the biggest of its kind and getting massive guests across music, comedy, film, and politics.
There's a 4-year age difference between us. So I never felt this thing like this thing competing and like experience. Bill Cosby, you're gonna get to meet him before he had all the problems. Kids being a rapist, another flop.
And in typical Shaw fashion, he started snapping at his son as he garnered the world's love.
There's Leo. This one can be a bonfire. What do you do? $79.99. Two good tools. Thank you. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Did you get my card in the mail? Say that. He transmits every paper. He transmits the tweets on every single paper.
Alongside other comedians like Chappelle Lacey, flourishing after leaving him behind, his former producer Mark Hartley is a fascinating case of what can happen when you shed a toxic situation. Known on the subreddit as the BGL, or Big Gay Lion, Mark eventually went on to become Brendan's mentor. And while he once resided directly in his corner, Mark completely turned against him after being unceremoniously fired and began exposing the real Brendan that's supposed to be hidden from the masses.
If you're kind, Brendan talks about you. Brendan is a narcissistic and lies to people who defames them. He's the kind of guy that I feel any sort of protect his nature. You know, he could be go rugged and he does TED talk. You know, it's everything's like he'll find a way to, you know, the mental acrobatics that he does in order to dismiss other people who are more successful than him is astounding.
Over time, this progressed to leaking voice notes and DMs from Shaw, where the unguarded side was on full display.
I've been done playing with her opinion about them. She really upset. I was saying, if you want her, you got big things. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It's weird. I'm not gonna do it. You know, I don't know why it's weird. I'm just sure, man, I'm sad about it. You're a friend, man. You're a brilliant friend. You don't have a ton of friends. This is what it is. That's why I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. Sure, that's the reason you're doing this, right? Even now.
Then he did the unthinkable and actually engaged with the infamous subreddit directly, posting an AMA where he labeled Brendan a pathological liar and opened up about what the whole experience had taught him about the kind of people worth avoiding in the future. Biggest life lesson. Just everything about figuring out a narcissist and not involving yourself or anything as quickly as possible. If someone has a public track record, look into it. If someone has tens of thousands of people saying they're a piece of shit, engage them with an open mind and let them make their cake. He tried to tell me I was misremembering the macros I wrote down. I dismissed it as one-off, but it would set the stage for everything. Mark habitual boundary testers. LOL, Papa lies about everything. Now, Mark is excelling too, appearing in Super Bowl commercials or music videos alongside A$AP Rocky. Meanwhile, Brendan's failed pursuits just keep racking up. Despite claiming to be so tight with Rogan, he couldn't even get into the podcaster's fame to Mothership Club, even after moving to Austin. Soon, he stepped away from comedy, citing a desire to be closer to his family.
I had to cancel Austin and Nashville. Usually I do that. This time I just, oh man, I got it. I can't miss Tigers games. Can't miss my Boston growing up. Baby girl. I can't do it. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I've been hustling for over 12 years now. I thought we'll stop doing the pod. As far as the plane life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. I need spots in LA, local, SoCal, NorCal, but going international, going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man.
But his moves into business hasn't worked any better than his stand-up career. His questionably named whiskey brand Vic still has bottles left over from the first batch, while a potentially fraudulent truck giveaway, which was intended to sell merch for Dry Fast All Gas's YouTube channel, didn't look good for him either.
I mean, his podcast views certainly are paying the rent nowadays. He really hasn't done another truck giveaway ever since people found out that the last truck he gave away was being sold in Palm Beach, Florida, the same city his manager lives in.
The most recent car Brendan gave away is sweet pasture by the Lake in Texas, and that truck is wound up for sale in West Palm Beach, Florida. So this is all confirmed by the Dry Fast All Gas decal on the back windshield, which is Brendan's car picture. But what also set off the internet sleuths is that Brendan's manager lives in West Palm Beach.
As for his car-centric platform itself, the channel has laid dormant for over a year, likely to never be resumed. And at this rate, it won't be the only channel that will wind up being abruptly abandoned. As to be frank, Shab is basically in freefall at the moment. While everything is going wrong for him on a professional level, it now appears that he's trying to live vicariously through his children instead. With his oldest son now playing baseball, Brendan has essentially made this a big part of his personality, but he's not exactly imparting good guidance to his kid.
When they're like 7 or 8, because the girls mature way faster, so an 8-year-old, 9-year-old girl is physically bigger, stronger. When they start trying to bully the boys, I'm like, just it's just fucking a girl, 12-year-old girl, like Kevin Durant with tits, man. I was like, bud, you gotta hit her once, dude. And she gotta do it once. And she he was so scared.
I get it. I wish when I was younger, my dad always told me that. This person's fucking with you, and he's not stopping. You gotta stand up for yourself and hit him.
So big tiger, I'm like, dude, what's going on? He's like, Dad, there's this 12-year-old boy. Me and this is 2 friends. I'm like, hold on, stop. At the same time, he's like, I told him, I said, now I'm upset. There's 3 of you.
I knew that was hilarious. That's hilarious.
Said, let's get this one. No one, you just all stood there and took it while I played the 3. It's 1 by 1. So,
alongside basically advocating for his kids to hit women, Brendan's behavior hasn't gone down well with the other dads either. In a post that was unveiled on the Fighter in the kids subreddit, one exasperated father revealed that Brendan was laughing stock among the other heated ways. My son was on the 9U team here in Calabasas with Brendan's son. In no way was it post about the son, but how big of a jack-off poor kid's dad was in the community. We would have a designated number at each game. That number would be the line on how many times Joe Rogan's name would be dropped by Brendan. He couldn't go an entire game or an event that he would always invite himself and his wife. When we found he was moving to Austin, how long it would be until a restraining order was filed. When I put the order in for jerseys, he gave me his number preference first before even giving his son. He looked at me with all sincerity and said, "That's Daddy's number." It was so cringy. And if that wasn't bad enough, footage has since emerged of him being literally tossed from a game. Away from the baseball field, things really aren't going even better, as by all accounts, his podcasting career is on its last legs. After he followed everyone down to Austin, Brendan immediately struggled with it.
You go through a tough time. I was like, I just moved to Austin, man. I'm trying to find my way. I'm heartbroken. And he was like, yeah, Texas is where this is no dreams. But you should know it's no LA. team and feeling comfortable for 3 years.
And now it's his feet isn't solution of allegations that could be its own video.
And I want to apologize for leaving again. But it's only 10 days. It's 2 weeks. You know what you gotta do? What? Just show up. That's right. Like, hey, great guests. I'm at the moment. I'm at the Creek in the Cave. Very Johnny Depp on. Johnny Depp. Let's go. Just like this.
But even as their dynamic crumbles, Brendan is still blasting his haters.
Someone that edit these videos of, these reaction videos or, the downfall of Shane Gillis or Andrew Schultz or Brendan Schaub, like, I clearly have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you'd have a career, dude. Like, if you did something creative where you were, just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like, dude, you can do this, man.
While he insists that he takes this all in his stride, he is clearly anything but unbothered, going as far as suggesting he wants a distribution model where his content is no longer accessible to the general public that's so critical of him.
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it just because we've been around so long. As big as we were 10 years ago, the one thing we have is hardcore. So beef. Yeah. That's the reason. Yeah, you can regulate so Reddit and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah, get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I do.
Along the way, they've only deepened the wider audience's distaste for him, dishing out some truly ridiculous takes on matters like the Epstein files.
But they also played it. Like Elon Musk and Trump were playing checkers, but they also played chess. Maybe. Oh, because remember Elon goes. Remember we thought there was a feud between Elon goes, Trump's an Epstein files. You need to release him. Donald's like, no, I'm not going to release him. Actually, I haven't checked it out. They've had these laws forever. It's not like they just got them. Yeah. Trump, they're aware of it. Elon's aware of it. Right? So Elon and Trump are fighting. But we're in the files. The whole media goes crazy. Like, yeah, Trump, that's why he's keeping Trump. Fuck it. You know what? I didn't want to do it. I'm going to do it. What do we find out? That Trump, I think 12, notified authorities knows you guys need to look into Epstein and Glenn Maxwell. They're fucking devils.
Looking back at their fall from grace, it's clear that both Brendan and Brian know that they've made some mistakes, and yet they maintain order.
Martina somebody wants to know what's one thing you both do differently if you had to start this podcast over again.
Listen to people. As far as doing things different, I think when Brian was going to leave the absence, a bad idea. We just do it with random people. I think that's a bad idea. I think we should have. We didn't need the money at the time. I think we should put our foot down. Now, today, in 2025, you can do that. Everyone's like champion here, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of once like, I wouldn't believe it. But back in 2020, we were going through it, and I was like, B, what do you want to do? And since I think that now I do there's a place for it.
And if he's not careful, he might have to do it for free. After all, the audience continues to dwindle to nothing. At the moment, the signs of the wear and tear are really beginning to show. With every episode, it becomes increasingly clear that they are in major financial difficulties, with Brendan barely being able to hide the concern on his face when discussing the economy.
Like, for the most part, if you're just a regular person, you're a paycheck away from basically being broke. So what's going on? So this is more than that. Like, this whole Epstein thing is the frustration of people in general going, we're filling out how to count and what is going on? What is going on? What is this kind of question? Everything is too. It's like, all right, Trump got rid of 50,000 illegals. Inflation. the new economy is doing better. So the thing is, wouldn't the house market be lower too? I don't know these things. I think that's a question of interest rates. I don't know. I'm not going to get interest rates. I'm not going to start talking about it. Don't know. I got no trouble raising kids.
Recently, it was rumored that he's already listed his $3 million home in Austin, while the crew appeared to be downgrading it to an even more rundown studio than the storage unit they were already recording.
Are you getting a new studio? We're saying we have no budget for this new studio. So I started looking online. I've been complaining, Brian's been complaining. We all, other than, I think Brennan's one that found the studio. We all hate it. It's not a studio. It's a piece of shit. Correct. Yeah, dude, Casey's been there. There's it's not meant for recording audio or film. So basically, it's a huge spot. Way better than we would ever need. But now with house, whatever, how many cars are but there's no market shit out. And to me, because when you're but it probably needs to as it all comes crashing down, we're trying to re-enter the community with a live podcast, something which he used to say he never did. So when did you first do stand-up? We'd be doing the live five kids with me and Brian. It's comedy show. That was a stand-up. I've never been to my podcast. I think it's not the bad idea. I've never been to one where I've enjoyed it. Fellas, I'm going to try. Golden Hours live in Austin. Yeah, we're doing it. 4 p.m.
The 4 p.m. at the Golden Hour show is scheduled at the Vulcan, positioned as a warm-up act for Chris D'Elia's back-to-back performances. The venue normally holds at 7 to no one's surprise. This has meant that he's been extensively tickets are $30. Tickets you really can't miss up. He moves all the way to Austin is supposedly via mothership. These are your last days of Brendan's officially out of the group. After a series of near misses with disaster and public outcries that he's just about making his way through, it's really starting to feel like Brendan, most of the time, this would make people feel a little sorry for someone if they believed that they had anything close to good intention. But it's noticeable that online, Brendan is being given no empathy whatsoever. In short, it's his fault. He's not a good businessman or a good friend. He's a bit of coattails of his friends. Right? He's exhausted at their kindness. When it came time to do his own thing, he was at comedy, and how bad he was at being a decent person. He had some early successes in comedy, but a lot of people could get on stage and perform well once or twice. Just look at Kill Tony. Shop just isn't funny. His last special was just bad, to put it nicely. I'm sure at the end of the day, he's just like everyone else, though sometimes a dick. But from a comedy business perspective, not a very good guy to be. You can see with the shit. If things continue to keep going the way that they are, there's a good chance that Brendan won't be able to get up after this latest knockout blow in the way that he has in the past. And for someone who's as fixated as he is, it's really got to be tough to even consider. My name is Wasta. I'll see you on the next one.
Well, it's been an interesting relationship, man. He was one of those guys who just didn't stick it just to do it for whatever reason. He's a killer. He's buried the hat in my back a few times. But never at WWE and the UFC being cooperative in any way at all seemed like a totally bizarre thing to even think about, because the industry between each of the organization figureheads has been, less than ideal, but in particular from Vince McMahon, who very clearly regarded MMA as a competitor instead of some sort of business parallel. If Vince here says he's going to go Right? Vince wanted to be, swear to God.
And man, the links he went to range from petty to the downright destructive.
I got a phone call from Vince. It's one message. I wish I would have basically a offer, no call, no show. Be on Raw with the belt on Monday to stick it up Dana White's ass. What?
Yeah, there's a lot. And that's what I'll jump into today. The times Vince McMahon personally went after the UFC. Big shout out to our Hall of Famers, by the way. You guys are awesome. All right, so let's start with the first one, Mike Goldberg. This one is well known for good reason. It is incredibly ironic considering how his contract was, let's say, not renewed at the end of 2016. He had no send-off, no regards, not a single explanation.
I believe, when these kind of things happen, I trust me to talk about it.
What makes it even more compelling to learn about, though, is, well, at one point, man hatched an elaborate plan to steal Mike Goldberg from the UFC in the most disrespectful manner possible. The story goes back to 2005, prior to that, it was beyond struggling and in massive debt. They're still trying marketing that gave them short-term success in the 90s, but on the whole, got and across the entire game. Also, I bet they probably are going to believe exploit. I still loves to learn. Ultimate Fighter hit and suddenly completely exploded. This theory is called the top ball. Just ads about UFC during Monday Night Raw. So, what's that? Well, as Chael settles it, this prompted an immediate phone call from Vince McMahon directly to Dana White.
Say to Dana privately, why would anybody watch my scripted show when they can just wait till it's over to watch your real show? Do not advertise your show during my show again. And Dana's going to sit there shrugging his shoulders going, whose spite decides to run the marketing and the advertising and to piggyback off of it? Man, it's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, I think that gives you a perfect idea of how Vince saw the UFC as a threat back in those days. But in retaliation for the UFC running ads on Raw,
Vince McMahon contacts Mike Goldberg, and he tells Mike Goldberg, I will give you $100,000 to no call, no show the UFC. Goldberg does the right thing. The very first person he calls is Dana, and Vince tells him this call never happened, and
this was as part of their return to the UFC network for the years, and they wanted to make a statement going head-to-head for the first time. So yeah, simple as that, sue the UFC for $100K and a long-term contract to hopefully follow. And any fans in the Attitude Era saw this on a weekly basis within the WWF and WCW. It was an old competitive tactic. There's a fantastic interview with Giancarlo Alino on YouTube where Mike Goldberg told him why he chose not to take it.
I was very honored by the offer from me. I did feel as, part of the family because we were very much a tight-knit family at the time. It was out in all this tumultuous water, and we were doing it. Was it really that nice? It was about to find pretty nice. I wanted to see where the voyage was going to go. And thus I ended up, staying with the UFC. I don't think Dana was ever more proud of me than that moment. Because he Vince ready to steal me a nice day.
So yeah, Michael was as loyal as they come. Again, this makes me think unceremonious way he was good for the company. Either way, think of this as the first strike once the UFC found Vince started to really see them as a threat. On in the UFC. So as you might imagine, this push to take the UFC's then signature play-by-play voice didn't stop there, especially now that the two brands had begun actually competing for the same 18 to 35 mil demographic on Monday nights after WWE left Spike with UFC programming on Spike TV and Monday Night Raw on the network. So McMahon decided to take things a step further.
So Dana right then realized if he's willing to pay $100,000 for my announcer who is replaceable, and I'm only paying my main event 18 and 18, I got a problem. This is a level of thinking, of strategy, of business play that I'm just not ready for. Not only did Goldberg stay, not only did the business change, the Ultimate Fighter never played Monday nights again. The Ultimate Fighter moved to Wednesdays and has never gone back.
Joe's recollection isn't exactly spot on here, as Tough 3 in 2006 began airing on Thursdays. But yeah, back then, Raw was doing well more than double the ratings of Tough, and even in their key demographic. So the change was a no-brainer to move to a less contested night, which was certainly the intention of Vince McMahon's programming. And it went a step further. Vince, while they were both on Monday nights, began buying ad time on Spike TV to come and watch Monday Night Raw instead of the Ultimate Fighter. That's right, they bring the show to leave that network and go watch Raw. So why the hell would Spike allow somebody to leave their network? Well, on a level, they did not want this. But locally, this is a completely different story. What he would do is he would call all across the United States and book up local ad time. So the end result meant people were leaving as they were watching UFC content to go watch Raw instead on the USA Network. Which means you got a 2-for-1 here. Vince pulling down the ratings, causing UFC to switch dates there, which eventually led to Wednesdays. And yeah, there are probably people screaming at Rise Pro Wrestling and MMA as two completely different things, and I totally agree with that. I think a lot of people would say Vince had nothing to actually worry about, and Dana White definitely agreed with that as well.
Not out to be Vince McMahon. I think there were two totally different sports. He's entertainment. He's going to do his thing and have his fans in that line.
But the other side of that, though, is it is the same demographic, 18 to 35 mils, no matter how you slice it. But beyond that, part of me wonders if this was wicked some way on the part of Vince, considering competition different his business only a couple of years prior.
Unquestionably, it was healthy to have WCW competitor when they were good competitors.
And it doesn't stop here. So that leads us on to one stealing a champion. It's one thing to take announcers on the ratings, but what about trying to steal a UFC champion? When Chael Sonnen was in the midst of this absolutely massive rivalry with us, he pretty notably caught by Vince McMahon. I wonder why.
Was that right 117 or 148? The second one. Someone called you and asked you not to show. No call, no show. I got two offers. And where the second one was do show and beat him and be on Raw and let the belt on Monday. This is insane. That was a much bigger offer. People called. I can't tell you. I said, why would they want that? Yeah, why would they want that? And he said, he paused and he said, sticking up Dana White. What? How much money are we talking about? Seven figures. I just don't know how to start to have any kind of problem. I understand. I don't get how that hurts. Right. I don't even but I don't understand how that would work.
And so, yeah, my explanation for what Chael is asking here is, well, he could probably screw the UFC by making Vince's intention something that they definitely earlier years at the time get asked this question to this day from time to time. So I can definitely see nearly 15 years ago when I was getting asked this question.
Right. Okay, so explain the difference to me, for me to understand that.
But the other side of it to me is that send a message to the brass that Dana's stars may not be as loyal as he actually thinks. But how about going from taking UFC stars like Chael Sonnen or Brock in recent years, you had betting wars like Gable Stevenson,
coming after the UFC's matchmaking. Yes, at one point, according to Dave Meltzer, Wrestling Observer, report that Vince tried to poach the UFC's then longtime matchmaker, Joe Silva. Man, that is random. A booker is the title for somebody who matchmakes in the WWE, but there's a whole lot more responsibilities to it. Maybe that was the role in mind. I can't imagine that one makes sense for Joe Silva. Usually it's a very experienced person in the industry who handles that role. I know he was a major fan growing up, but it takes a good man. No matter what he would have done for the WWE, it absolutely would sabotage their matchmaking process, considering how pivotal he was to the organization until he left way later in 2016. By the way, to my knowledge, Joe Silva was never made another offer after that, which leans even more into the idea that it was about messing with the UFC's structure than anything else. And this next one, no, literally, I want to talk about crazy promotion. Well, if you get crazier than a scripted match was also on the table, but Vince had challenged Dana to a real.
And I'll tell you this, and I've never said this before ever in an interview anywhere. If Vince hears this, he's going to go nuts, okay? If Vince wanted to fight me, I swear to God, called me up and said, let's do it. We can either do it in the UFC or let's do it at WrestleMania.
That's right. Ariel Wani followed up with Dana again, and he gave me the same reason for why Vince would do this.
To that call with Vince, what was your reaction? He doesn't like you.
Maybe you wanted to kick my ass and television. I don't know.
Yeah, a competitive maniac. It's a weird one to understand in terms of how this would hurt the UFC. I mean, if he managed to not one of their fighters, but perhaps he saw beating up Dana White as a potentially humiliating event for the promotion. And in fairness, this tactic wasn't entirely original. Actually, with one of Vince's old competitors, they publicly tried the same thing with TW Eric Bischoff after WWE started the race. Can you imagine this though? A real fight, I should say that there is another alternate theory to this one, which could be just as plausible from Dave Meltzer with the Wrestling Observer, that says Vince was trying to lure Brock back, who is then still under exclusive contract with the UFC for a one-off WrestleMania match. So maybe Dana would be more grateful if he was part of the match. Not sure about that one, but I suppose that with the Undertaker's post-fight call-up. This was for the 2011 WrestleMania, but Dana seemed to think it was out of pure competitiveness.
He's a competitive maniac.
Alright then, King of Fighters. So we've already talked about how Vince would try to take UFC stars, commentators, executives. That's all trying to take people from the UFC, trying to stop people from his side going to them. Case in point, CM Punk. Now, Vince could have actually helped the UFC's credibility by stopping him from going to the UFC, but McMahon entirely tried to dissuade him from even appearing on UFC TV in a harmless promotional capacity. It would have benefited both parties. Ironic considering how interested Vince was in stilling UFC's talent. More specifically, ironic because of Vince's reason. According to CM Punk in his infamous interview on Cole Cabana's podcast, Vince went scorched earth in trying to convince Punk to avoid ever appearing as a guest on UFC programming.
Hey, my friend Chael's fighting in Chicago for UFC, and I already talked to them, and they're totally cool with the idea. I'm going to walk into the octagon, and tomorrow's the Royal Rumble, so I'll get some last-minute buys. No offense to Chael. Nobody's going to be talking about him. They're going to be talking about the WWE champion. God, Phil, no, we can't do that. That's barbaric. Somebody's going to die. Somebody's going to die. That's what he said. Somebody was going to die in the octagon. Everybody's going to die. And, of course, Vince had to take it beyond that. And then he was also, did you know that they're going to have a women fight in the octagon soon? And I was like, I wonder how many other blocked thing. But again, super ironic considering he wanted to steal the UFC's talent. And this went all the way to King Shamrock in the 90s, and he credibility of his UFC championship. So clearly this was much more about blocking and screwing the UFC out of opportunity. Weird sport process with the things he said. The chilled out would have gone viral back then, so it's a weird one. And although we never heard Vince McMahon's side of the story of UFC 200 in 2016, we did hear a bit from Stephanie McMahon that essentially said supporting the fight against Mark Hunt, which, to be fair, is understandable. Why would they risk their star getting injured and missing dates with them as a result? But this was Brock's response on the UFC 200 media call to what Stephanie said.
We're not necessarily supporting those like our
I don't care what you do. I really don't give a shit. More than anything, I think it shows how much of a star was to pull off the entire idea of getting to let him go fight there. At least by then, though, you started to see the competitive perspective Vince once had beginning to change a bit. He did still give Dana White cheap seats.
I can't go to see Ron. People come up to me and go, why are you sitting in these seats? I said, well, it's really exactly, so fuck them, I'm going to sit right here.
But of course, things get way crazier than this. No deal. If you are not an ESPN 30 for 30 fan, one episode I would recommend might change your opinion on that if you found this video interesting at all. That is the original XFL episode. So why is this relevant to anything? Well, it just so happens that for decades, Vince McMahon had worked up a great relationship with NBC top execs league Dick Emerson.
I want to watch her for kids and I still feel that way today.
So when was finally leaving Spike TV in the early 2010 TV deal, it was going to be a massive TV to network TV, which means a much larger audience as a result. Turns out one of the original major networks in talks with the UFC was none other than NBC. You might already be able to see where this is going by now. With that level of relationship between Vince and NBC, oh yeah, he had a little bit more control.
We were about to do a deal with NBC. We get the 1 yard line, and Vince has the final say on USA Network. And if you're a combat sport, Lorenzo and I flew out to Connecticut and sat down with him. We're like, hey, we're doing a deal with NBC. And Vince just sits back like Vince says, how it is. You need to sign off on me. He's like, yeah, I'm not. I'm like, all right. You guys can what I said. The whole deal was
wow. Talk about power trip. And no, this also could have been up to Spike TV. For whatever reason, Vince McMahon let it through and regretted it. Maybe he just wanted to be the big dog. I don't know what it was. But whatever the reason, he wasn't about to let this happen again on the new network with NBC, which also happens to run USA Network's property. Yet this was during a time where Vince was very clearly trying to sabotage the UFC in various ways. Around 2011 and 2012, and it's just able of him plainly trying to harm the UFC. Alright, this is our last one, trying to ban them outright. These days, the UFC and MMA are pretty much everywhere. I'm sure there are still a few places that they have yet to legalize the sport, but that's a definite exception and no longer will now. But back in the early 2010s, there were still a ton of grounds to be laid up, including
nearly naked, hot men rolling around on top of each other, trying to dominate each other. And Johnson Casey, that's gay porn with a different ending.
One such place was Germany, according to MMA fighting the Bavarian State Media Authority, or BLM. Yes, that is actually their initialism. Had banned the UFC on television on the grounds that, quote, a violation of general and an undesirable influence, unquote. Okay, what the hell? This would last about 5 years as it quoted as, quote, a plausible sport. These word choices are absolutely insane to me. Anyway, believe it or not, Vince McMahon allegedly influenced these authorities across Europe with things like this. Oliver Kahn, who was in charge of marketing duties for the WWE, who also held a commentary position in Germany for them, he would also later go on to fulfill some of the same duties for the UFC in Germany. Well, as this is in reference to an event at Cowboys Stadium around 2010, by the way. I promise it'll make sense. Unless the UFC managed to back a stadium they go into, it'll be negative for the brand's development. WWE, for instance, is only waiting for a brand to try and lock the UFC. They are already actively trying to get UFC banned in many European countries. Don't give them ammunition. Kyle would also go on to say, yeah, WWE's that shady. Of course, UFC isn't competition, and that's why they don't really care how the UFC does. Just like TNA, which also isn't considered real competition, but to who they constantly try to screw with. The bottom line is WWE don't like it too much when UFC's bottom of the barrel shows still outdraw the WWE pay-per-views in North America. It all just goes to show how powerful it has been in television history at these times. And although he might have been saying these things were distinct and non-competition, that apparently wasn't the case behind this. So there you have it, guys. As somebody who was a massive fan of the Attitude Era and still enjoys going back to watch those old WWF and WCW days. So I found this whole topic incredibly compelling. Brad has played hardball. There's practically any shower halfling boxing promoters out there, but you don't find much retaliation towards Vince. At least not any that's been made public. I do really just think that's how big the WWE was in comparison to the UFC, particularly in the television industry. The UFC had already been beating them in pay-per-view for years, but that doesn't mean they were doing better TV ratings on a week-in basis than WWE. But the other side of this is that Dana always publicly is a ton of respect for Vince, so I'm not under the reason. You just don't really work. Anyhow, let me know if there's anything I missed on this one. And on that note, if you'd like to be involved in this creative process a little bit more and help out the channel in general, by joining our Writers Meeting Weekly, which is currently near half the price to join the Hall of Fame members program. So shout out to the Hall of Famers while I'm saying that. But thanks to absolutely everyone who watched. Catch you guys on the next video. Peace. Service that works for dads, gamers, and theaters meals handcrafted by chefs. You know where to start. The best part, it'll be 15 minutes. As for me, it's California style chicken with onions. Let's heat it up. So show how fast and easy this is. You don't like the plastic wrap or tomato sauce. Pop it in the microwave, put it in for 20 minutes, and you're ready to go. Put it on the hot. That's the taste. This is a service that they do. Like me, when I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finances, definitely felt like adulting. But just because you start your own thing doesn't mean you have to figure it out. It's been amazing to have a TurboTax expert to bounce ideas off. Even if I'm in the studio alone at night, I have access to a TurboTax expert. I handle the music, they handle the taxes.
File your taxes with confidence with TurboTax experts.
The UFC has a problem. They cannot stop themselves from creating incredibly convoluted interim title situations. Sure, yeah. Say something. We have Tom Aspinall defending an interim title, while John Jones, the supposed undisputed champion, is actively avoiding the fight. The UFC is on board with it, so it kind of to think, what even is the point? It isn't exactly that. A belt meant to hold over a division while the champion is getting ready to come back and, unify. What if I told you, dear viewer, that it wasn't always this way? Let me show you exactly what I mean. I'm Tommy from MMA On Point. Thank you so much to our channel Hall of Famers who make deep dives like this possible. And here's the long and messy story of every interim title in UFC history. The concept of an interim title is pretty simple. If, for whatever reason, the champion cannot fight for an extended period, an interim champion will be crowned. And then upon the return of the actual divisional title holder, a unification bout will take place. Piece of cake, right? In theory. In practice, not so much. At least the UFC title history is nowhere near as convoluted as that of boxing, where the promotion got the idea to make interim championships. There are, as of this writing, 11 interim champions between the WBO, WBC, WBA, and IBF. There was a time in the mid-2000s that the WBC flyweight champ was defending the actual title all the time, while an interim champion, and they never eventually fought. 2 years ago, the WBA got too many belts. All interim titles are null. Years now, which is basically kind of like the same thing. Point being, it's a hot mess. But then again, it isn't the boxing title picture. The very first title fight took place a decade promotion's existence in 2003 and was about as messy as the situation gets, but was arguably justified usage by the now 2-year-old Zuffa administration. The belt in this instance was being used as a way to force light heavyweight champion Tito Ortiz to fight Chuck Liddell. At least that was the plan. The friends turned rivals would have absolutely been the biggest fight the promotion could put on at the time, but Tito was actively avoiding it. Depending on who you believe, fear, or a combination of both.
Chuck was in Tito's head big time because every time they trained together, that was it, man. Tito would get beat up. I'm talking, drop him on the ground, and Tito refusing to get back up.
Train, fights and fights. Remember Dean's the same. I was scared to fight. That's just him trying to sell a fight. By no minute.
Man, yeah, right.
I just thought in my mind that, that $1 million fights came about Tito Ortiz and Chuck Liddell's names.
Tito can talk about money, or else he wants to talk about it. It's a fucking crock of shit.
But 196 days into his holdout, the UFC had Randy Couture move down from back-to-back title losses at heavyweight to lose to Chuck. At least that was the plan. Obviously, Randy was an elite fighter, but the general feeling at the time was that the best of his career was behind him. This was meant to be a showcase for Chuck. That, of course, turned out to be entirely wrong, and the underdog Couture would TKO Liddell in the third round, forcing a unification bout with Tito Ortiz.
Tito Ortiz, due to a movie commitment, he couldn't defend his title recently.
We need to set the record straight because Tito's been dodging Chuck for a long time and it had nothing to do with the movie commitment. So I don't know where he gets that.
That's why I looked at my waist. I still had the belt right here.
In the first place, by dodging Chuck for so long. You remember this guy right here?
Randy would spank Tito, literally, and to take some of the heat off the biggest fight ever, as Liddell and Ortiz would finally throw down a year later, but without any gold on the line. With that situation, the interim cat was out of the bag, and would set up 27 other usages of the championship throughout the history of the promotion. The second instance would occur 2 years later, and due to long-term injury a champion had suffered while holding a title. 25-year-old Frank Mir looked like the future of mixed martial arts, and 8 fights into his career, he would emphatically take the UFC Heavyweight Championship by breaking Tim Sylvia's arm in under a minute. But just 3 months later, a motorcycle accident would see Mir sidelined indefinitely.
I see a car taking a left-hand turn, and he's doing what most people do. They break the leg. Cross traffic, he was right away. So when I zipped forward, they would foam on the back of my head, which I had hitting my helmet. And I kind of slid a little bit of a wheel. I got about 80 feet. They said I threw up my helmet, couldn't get my helmet off fast enough. Broke my leg, tore my knee. So I lost my toe for a little bit, but the tension on enough that they sewed it back together. And I remember sitting there, really controlling my breathing, just focusing my heart rate down because if I was going to bleed out, I wanted to make sure it was slow and give myself as much opportunity
as possible to survive this and make it to the hospital.
At the time, Frank was scheduled to defend his title against Andrei Arlovsky, so given an interim title bout instead with former champion Sylvia. A bout he would win in under a minute. With Mir's recovery taking longer than anticipated, the UFC threw Arlovsky into another interim title bout, this time with Justin Eilers. Andre would successfully defend his temporary title with a TKO victory. He planned was then to finally have a unification bout in October of 2005, but with the prognosis that he would not be ready for that date, he was finally stripped after 419 days, and Arlovsky was upgraded to undisputed champion. The two would eventually meet in the cage a decade later, with Andre beating Frank via unanimous decision.
What Andre has done coming back into the UFC and going on the run that he's gone on, it's amazing. I don't know if many people picked Arlovsky in that fight.
The third ever interim UFC champion is one people almost always forget about because they tend to only remember the biggest upset of all time and the rematch that followed. But those two events were a full year apart with interim gold between them. After George St. Pierre shockingly dropped the welterweight title to top player Matt Serra in his first defense, the future legend was not given an immediate rematch. In fact, Serra was meant to defend his title against after the pair coached a season of the Ultimate Fighter together, but a month before the bout, leaving GSP and beat Josh Koscheck in the meantime to conclude his epic trilogy of title fights with Ryan Hughes. This time, interim gold.
Because we're crazy fans to Matt Hughes and George St. Pierre for 3 minutes. I want to see 5 for 5. It's funny how you ended up with Matt Serra. He was out like 2 years. It was amazing that he coming back and said, this is who said the fight, and this is who you can't fight. And I chose George.
Lending even more weight to the belt and setting up his redemption against Serra, who he would demolish in their second encounter to unify the titles. Interestingly enough, it was at the post-fight press conference for GSP's interim title bout with Hughes that our next interim championship fight would be announced.
Guys, big, something that, I don't know what the end game is here. He decided it was later down. Apparently he's not happy.
Everybody's trying to make a big deal out of money. This was never a money issue. It's been a prevailing feeling of respect that wasn't being given.
2 months earlier, Randy Couture would walk out on the UFC over pay, over not getting to fight Fedor, and a whole host of other issues. The resignation complicated the heavyweight title picture because old Cap had managed to come out of retirement and secure that belt against Tim Sylvia earlier that year. Rather than strictly in the promotion played the long game, assuming they would eventually work things out with Couture. And so they would set up an interim title acquired Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira, and he subbed again and Big Knock that interim goal, but he would not get that fight with Randy, at least not with the belt line. To buy themselves more time, the UFC announced Nogueira would coach a season of tough against Frank Mir, and then they'd have a time, presumably for the then vacant heavyweight championship, if the UFC couldn't get Couture back. But they did, which led to this weird situation where Randy returned to defend the heavyweight title against the obvious Lesnar, the pay-per-view before Big Nog was set to take on Mir.
It is a return that is relative to the sport every bit as big as Brett Favre's. On November 15th, this guy, Randy Couture, climbed back into the UFC's octagon, a 45-year-old, 3-time heavyweight champ, against this guy, rising superstar, Brock Lesnar, and we are pleased to welcome you both. Why this fight for you now?
Rather than strip the interim title from, they did another interest, setting up his legendary unification showdown with Lesnar at UFC 100. Nogueira and Couture would throw down after the fact on the line, but they put on an all-time classic. The heavyweight division's messy history would continue during Lesnar's reign as the champion would be continually silent if you like us. What was meant to be a heavyweight title defense against undefeated juggernaut Shane Carwin at UFC 106 moved to 108 and then became an interim title bout with Carwin taking on Frank Mir at 111. When it became clear that there was no timeline for Brock's return, Shane would smack in the first round and get his fight with the returning Lesnar that summer, where he would lose in spectacular fashion, and that heavyweight would finally see a bit of a long break here. The picture would become a big old mess again. Originally slated to take on the champ in his debut, Nick Diaz would no-show his media obligations.
He snuck out for Cesar Gracie's house. So then Caesar's been looking for him all over town, and his friends. I called Nate Diaz. I told Nate. Nate's like, it's just like, it's not like any of those guys were sure. If I knew this was gonna happen, I would have never made the fight. Why waste my energy and embarrass everybody? I'm so bad, Jim. I never actually fight. Whatever, but now it looks like they get to save money, and I don't get paid, and I'm locked in a new contract. All these deal makers making deals. All I know is great, so I guess he has maybe some mental issues. I don't it's nothing bad. I do have some issues. Maybe he has a problem with social skills. The way he dealt with the camera, maybe he has a problem with camera.
Which meant now would get demoted to being event against BJ Penn, with Carlos Condit instead getting a Pierre, but the champ was forced out into a knee injury, and Condit chose to wait for his newly earned shot, a shot he would not get as Diaz put on a performance against Penn and shifted plans. That was until GSP had to pull out of that fight as well with another knee injury. So in order to save UFC 143, an interim title bout was made between Condit, resulting in a victory for close. Although if you ask any fans of Nick, it's Diaz 125. I already know that. 67 days since his last fight as champion, GSP would unify the welterweight title against Condit before going on to finally have that scheduled fight with Nick Diaz. The whole mess finally cleaned up. A few months after its interim title victory, the longest and in many ways most frustrating interim title reign in UFC history would begin. This saga would see Renan Morel win interim bantamweight gold against Uriah Faber and maintain that title for 2 defenses due to the unending injuries finally set for a unification month out from the date. Cruz would suffer yet another long-term rehabilitation after a groin tear and finally vacated the title 8 months, allowing the UFC to promote Perez being champion. The two would never end up fighting each other either.
You had one of the most horrific injury streaks in this sport in your prime, and I thought I needed and wanted. Blew my knee out, get my belts, soon find out that you actually have no idea who you are. It was just a non-stop to just get healthy, and then it was kind of like that's what I mean. That's when it kind of turned down. Like, you're not the champ, you can't really lose it, but that's it. So what are you gonna do? Because we all hit low points in our life where it's unbearable, and you either allow it to continue to be unbearable and just deny it, or you deal with the task at hand. I've gotten the gift of feeling retired during my career. Who else gets that? That could only happen because I let go of control of things I couldn't control.
Would you believe in 2014 that heavyweight needed another interim title fight? Yes, the division most interim championship bouts ever, and not if we count the scheduled Aspen Blades bout as double any other weight class in the UFC. This time around, Mauricio Verdun was scheduled to challenge champion Cain Velasquez after they coached a season of Tough Latin America, but 3 weeks out, Cain blew out his knee, and so Mark Hunt stepped in for interim gold and lost to Verdun, who would be the first and only ever heavyweight interim champion to actually win a unification bout. Next, the UFC would crown arguably its most important interim champion ever, and when I'm sure they were on the edge of their seats praying, succeeded after a ridiculously expensive build-up to what was meant to be Conor McGregor's featherweight title challenge. The legendary Jose Aldo. 3 weeks before the tentpole event, Aldo would be forced out with a broken wrist.
Body shot? He's a body shot? He can hit body shot?
McGregor, who was injured himself, somehow convinced the UFC to let him fight Chad Mendes on the date for interim.
So if you are number 1, who gives a shit if number 2 steps out in place of number 3? At the end of the day, I'm number 1. Aldo's a pussy. Usually Brazilians show up and fight, follow through. If I was to jump under an X-ray machine, I'm sure a couple of little knocks and bruises would show up on me too.
And everything would work out perfectly, with Conor getting the biggest win of his career, setting up the eventual unification bout with Aldo, who would get knocked out in 13 seconds. After the legendary win, Conor would sit on that belt for 210 days while he spreads at welterweight, forcing the UFC to make interim goal again. This time held by Aldo after he defeated Frankie Edgar. This just so happens to also mark the end of the original Zuffa era, going into the WME era after the sale, which went through literally the moving after UFC 200.
The largest deal in the history of sports will officially be revealed to the world this morning by the UFC. We have the information tonight, a $4 billion deal.
What's also worth noting is that there were 15 interim title fights in UFC history of 200, a whole 19 years, and in just the 8 years since, there have been 14 more, including splits. Not only has the volume gone up, but a lot of them are a bit you bet not mere after last tour wasn't needed, but pretty minor events. There are far more just shenanigans to come after 350 days of inactivity in 2 weeks after he moved up to 155 and won the title. Conor was stripped of his featherweight championship, then title without ever pitting Max Holloway against Anthony Pettis. That looks to look better for UFC 206 was snake bit with injuries at the top of the card.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like Nelson Alves' Merry Christmas to me. Originally, it was Daniel Cormier versus Anthony Johnson for the light heavyweight title. Then became Anthony Pettis versus Max Holloway for the interim featherweight title. And now it's just Max Holloway versus Anthony Pettis as a result of Anthony Pettis missing weight.
Max would win the fight and unify the title by defeating Aldo, thus ending this mess at 145. But Conor wasn't done holding up divisions, though. As he would go 511 days without defending the lightweight title he was stripped of his featherweight title for, an absence largely due to him boxing Floyd Mayweather, which forced a lightweight interim champion to be crowned in Tony Ferguson after he defeated Kevin Lee.
He's a defender, vacate. If he doesn't vacate, he's a defender. But I'm going to tell you what, just sit down, Conor, and just fucking walk away. Conor, this Floyd thing popped up. It popped up. The thing that the interim belts are good for is you don't clog up the division. You don't have guys sitting around waiting. There's no question now who gets the shot at Conor.
Given the time and no clear indicator of when Conor will return, the most obvious was a production cable right for his scheduled vacant title match with Khabib Nurmagomedov. I was fucking convinced. Jamie, I told Jimmy Smith, I'm buying it. And I'm not April Fools. Fuck you, man. There's no fucking way Dickerson got hurt a week.
What's the first thing I think this is April Fools? His LCL's detached from his knee, according to, so it's pulled from the bone. Those big cables that they lay on. Barely turbo or insane. It's the craziest thing ever. It's insane.
Like the time and no clear indicator of when Conor will return, both real champ and temporary one were stripped, thus ending the Conor McGregor-fueled interim title extravaganza that was 2015 through 2018. While all of that was going on, though, stripped former light heavyweight champion John Jones was returning from his hit-and-run suspension and was to get the immediate title challenge against now champion Daniel Cormier. But DC injured his foot 3 weeks out, so John Jones would fight Open St. Peru for another pointless interim title. To be fair, I think John really wanted to fight after that long layoff. That probably factored into it too. Nonetheless, a sluggish Jones would get the victory.
You said you didn't want the belt. Do you want it now, and why did you sort of in the heat of the moment, or do you feel like that was it to go? You know,
It's cool, you know, it's nice and shiny here. Yeah, it makes me feel good. You know, I took some pictures with it and everything, but this thing is, it's kind of made up. Kind of fake.
Jones would be stripped 200 days later due to a DED test fail in the lead up to the unification bout with Cormier.
Reality is, you can't fail a drug test. You can pass 100 tests, you cannot fail one. He disqualified himself by taking a steroid before the fight, so it didn't happen. So now I get the belt back.
The middleweight division went from completely unmarred by the need for interim gold all the way up to the year 2017 to an absolute disaster weight class. The first trouble would come when champion Michael Bisping, who had signed up for a big-time money fight with the returning George St. Pierre, opted to rest his injured knee when the bout fell apart temporarily, and he was going to be facing Yoel Romero.
I know you lied. That's why right now.
vacated the title due to a bout of colitis, promoting Robert to undisputed champion. In total, Bisping versus GSP ended its delays with a hold of the division for 125 days.
George St. Pierre got ahead of the hill. He was going to fight Bisping at the hook from 185 pounds, and if he won, he would defend the title. He bailed. Didn't do it. So you can't just come out and handpick fights that you want for titles.
Things wouldn't get any easier though at 185, as Whitaker would have a whole host of his own issues. First, he would be forced out of his first title defense against Rothschild due to an infection that led to chickenpox just a few months after being promoted, which would give Romero a second to try and itch Cold to fill in the headliner for that pay-per-view. But Yoel would miss weight, making himself ineligible to hold the interim title if he were to win the bout, making for the most forgotten interim championship ever since nobody won the thing.
He was really throwing the very last second. I mean, it wasn't really necessary. Eventually, at least me, intro five. The scene history.
That's why the title bout that WWE Championship sat on the shelf technically for 701 days. And that's because after his non-title defense against Romero, Whitaker was again forced out of a title bout, this time literal hours before the card, due to an abdominal hernia. He was meant to fight fellow tough coach Kelvin Gastelum. Instead, Kelvin would compete in possibly the greatest interim title bout ever against Israel Adesanya, with Izzy coming out on top and eventually unifying the title less than a year later, leaving Whitaker to lose his belt in what was technically his first ever defense. During that whole mess at middleweight, Welterweight was having a bit of a strange situation with interim gold as well.
And I might say some nice stuff. I might drop the bombs and so give me the pass today.
Champion Tyron Woodley would defend his 170-pound title in a lackluster showing against Damian Maia that saw the champion tear his labrum, forcing him out for what would end up being over a year. Colby Covington, who had recently become infamous for calling Brazilians filthy animals, would earn an interim title after soundly defeating Rafael dos Anjos in the champion's absence. Covington had been verbally building up quite a rivalry with Woodley.
Tyrone Woodley's hiding. He's been running from me the whole time. He was offered to fight me, and he was going to fight GSP or Diaz, but all of a sudden he has a rush. He can't fight him, but I'm down to fight him tomorrow. I'll fight him the day after Chicago. He's ready for that little easy fight.
So Tyrone Woodley would end his career, and their unification bout was becoming one of the hottest tickets in town. That was until it never happened. They were meant to fight at UFC 228, but Covington needed surgery on the side. Was live on social media over the slight.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? How you doing? I just want to ask you what I'm not fighting this weekend.
It would eventually get his chance at the goal, just not against Woodley. Did I say earlier that we were going to talk about Conor-related interim title shenanigans? Well, I lied. After a 2-year layoff, McGregor would lose a lightweight title bout to champion Khabib Nurmagomedov, who would see himself suspended for 9 months after hopping the cage post-fight and trying to beat up Dylan Dennis. 6 months into the suspension, the UFC decided they needed there to be an interim title, and so they pitted fan favorite Dustin Poirier against current featherweight champion Max Holloway. The boys would put on a banger the same night Adesanya and Gastelum had their iconic interim title bout. It was the night of too many interim titles. Dustin would defeat Max and get his shot at Khabib, but of course, succumbed to the ego. Ferguson was next in line for a shot at Khabib, having still never lost since being stripped. But this cursed fight was never meant to be, as COVID travel restrictions would prevent Nurmagomedov from leaving Russia. And so another interim title bout was set up, this time between Ferguson and Justin Gaethje. Tony's 12-fight win streak would sadly finally be broken.
Honestly, and simpler than now I'm not going to make it. When you take that slow pace, you're never going to be seen. Never, ever.
Setting up a unification bout between Gaethje and Khabib in Abu Dhabi, where the champion would unify the titles and then retire from the sport. Perhaps the highest drama involving an interim title came next, with With the whole Francis Ngannou situation, the heavyweight champion took the division's crown with a single fight left on his contract, and negotiations were exactly going great to get him to renew. The problem was compounded when the UFC asked Ngannou to fight Derek Lewis during the summer, but because of some issues outside of fighting, Francis was unable to get back to the U.S. to train properly, so he informed the UFC he would be 100% good to go in September for that fight. According to Ngannou, the UFC was on board, but then a few days later announced an interim title fight between Lewis and Cyril Gane. Former teammate Gane would defeat Lewis and set up a high-stakes unification bout, with Ngannou having decided to fight out his contract and bet on himself, assuming he would win. Despite two wheels, Francis got the victory, unified the needlessly separated titles, and a year later left and went on and made a big old bag in boxing. Next, we another justifiable interim title situation. Aljamain Sterling very controversially won the bantamweight title from Peter Young via a disqualification in a fight he was losing pretty badly, and so an immediate rematch was set up. But Sterling was having neck issues that required surgery, leaving the champ off the shelf for a total of 399 days. So understandably, the UFC put Young in an interim title fight with Chris Sandhagen. He defeated, but he would then turn around and lose legit to Sterling's surprise and pretty much everyone.
You better win your fight because I'm coming to ask, man.
Brandon Grado might have only gotten his fourth flyweight title fight with Davis and Figueiredo because of an interim situation. The two had fought 3 times and were 1-1-1, with Biggie coming out on top in their most recent encounter. Fans were fine with a quad fight, but there were rumblings that Kakar Bronze might get the nod next. As fate would have it, though, Figueiredo would get injured and be shelved for a year, and so it became KKF versus Moreno for interim gold, with Brandon scoring the TKO victory, ensuring his final showdown with Davis at a fight he would win with a doctor stoppage to unify the flyweight titles and put their awesome rivalry to rest. Just last year, the UFC had a pretty unique setup for a featherweight interim title fight. One you could again argue had no point. There was no injury or layoff to speak of. Champion Alexander Volkanovski was stepping up to lightweight to take on champion Islam Makhachev in a super fight, and the co-main event would be Yair Rodriguez versus Josh Emmett for the interim featherweight title. So while you could consider that a glorified #1 contenders fight, given that Volk could have won at 155 and potentially stayed there for a long period, the interim belt made a bit more sense. Yair would win the co-main event with Alex coming up just short of that second title, and so the two would meet and unify 145 later that year, with the Volkster coming out on top with a TKO victory, which takes us to the sticky situation we find ourselves in with Tom Aspinall, who, as I mentioned in the intro, will be just the 4th fighter ever to have to defend an interim title. This time it's really just because the UFC and John Jones do not want to make the fight. The whole situation started when, in the lead-up to his big NYC Legacy showdown with Steve Miocic, newly crowned King John Jones tore his right off the bone, an injury absolutely worthy of an interim title fight. While the bigger buzz at the time was surrounding opponent Sergey Pavlovich, would dump the sword on its head, and KO is some teasing by John. The interim adamant that the Jones-Miocic fight will happen no matter what. John's been left with really no choice but to defend a temporary title in Manchester, because who knows what would have happened had he said he'll be promoted to undisputed champion, then get a chance to earn it against John Jones. But such is the way these things go, as you have now seen thoroughly. And yeah, that was the history of all 29 interim title fights in the UFC. A long, winding, sometimes confusing journey, while many times layoffs due to injury entirely justified interim title fights. Often the UFC would just use the belt as a tool or something that looked nice on a poster. A trend that clearly got worse, starting with the McGregor era on. This ongoing situation with Aspinall is definitely one of the worst usages of the interim title, but in today's history lesson has shown us anything, to paraphrase Homer Simpson, interim title. So I'll tell you who's always undisputed. The ender of this video, Luke Taylor. This project was a monster, but they absolutely killed it. Please go follow him and show him love on his socials, and go check out his awesome YouTube channel. A massive thanks to our channel Hall of Famers, because long Pieces like this are easier to do with your support, and we appreciate it so much. If you would like exclusive content while you do it, hit that join button right down there below the video. Like and subscribe to the VTIP Sylvia and intro title fight. Leave a comment down below about what you think of the UFC's current usage of intro. And thank you so much for you guys. I love doing 3D dives like this. Have a fantastic day.
Get tax expertise without fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $50. Course, all returns, all tax situations, $150. No surprises. Now this is Texas. To a TurboTax.
Find any meal service that works for dads, gamers, healthy eaters, or anyone in general that just doesn't have time to cook. With over 300 gourmet meals handcrafted by chefs, you don't even know where to start. The best part, it'll be ready within 20 minutes. As for me, I'll make these California style chicken enchiladas. Let's heat it up so I can show you how fast and easy this is. Sauce go in the microwave, put it in 55 minutes, and you're ready to go. This actually tastes of Unity is a subscription-based meal service that delivers your food. Like me counting macros, then Unity is for you. Don't forget to take advantage of the 50% off. Order your meals from cookunity.com.
When do you know it's time to let go? It's a question in life that can be incredibly difficult to answer, but in mixed martial arts, it might be the hardest question of all. We have seen so many of the best to ever do it linger in this sport well past the height of their glory. We've seen countless legends hold on to this sport with a death grip and do everything in their power to keep stepping into that cage. No matter how many fights they've lost, how much further down the ladder they've descended from their peak, how painful it is for their biggest fans to see them in the state they end up. But what if those fighters had a crystal ball that would show them how it all would go to the very end? What if they could avoid those sad fates we often see and get the perfect send-off each and every time? A massive thank you to our channel favors for their incredible support in these long have retired. Before we start this journey to new things, I realize that not fighting isn't always an option. There are bills to pay and there are mouths to feed, and this is how these people make their money. Even if some of them simply didn't want to let go of the sport for one reason or another. And who am I or anyone else outside their own circle to tell them to stop? Keep in mind as you watch this video, I'm not saying at all that I'm summing over when these fighters should have walked away. This is a fan's perspective on when I wish they'd have retired. That perfect send-off that encapsulates their career from the perspective of Cleveland fans who love these fighters. With perfect 2020 hindsight, final note, I'm not doing fighters who are still active because that's just right now. Now that you know where I'm coming from and what to do, we're going to go through these by order of date. So that means we're going to be starting with one of the sadder entries on this list. One of the careers that carried most promise, but that's self-destructed under the weight of everything going on in his life. We're starting with the bitter ending of Mark's career.
At the end of this whole year, I was left absolutely nothing. Now, as far as like
Mark Kerr's last dance would take place nearly a decade after he was fighting in a sold-out Tokyo Dome, 50,000 plus in attendance ring round. Premier event in the entire sport at the time, and one many thought he could win a global challenge. Event. His purpose of Mo in just his fifth professional bout would last 25 seconds, ending up in a heat on the mat. honestly died a long time ago. It's well documented that Kerr struggled with substance abuse as well as his mental health.
It meant people that would go pharmaceutical shopping in Mexico. Anything you want. Pencil diets, Percocets, dark sets, and then you start getting the level stuff.
Germany's can't stay away for more than 30 seconds. I think he pretty much went crazy, just did everything he could his hands on.
And it was these issues, along with other contributing factors, that throttled a potential all-time career. While the two-time UFC tournament winner would remain unbeaten up to the 2000 GP, after losing to Kaz Fujita in the second round and then failing in back-to-back bouts in Pride 12 and 15, he'd take a 3-year break from the sport, only to return looking like an entirely different person, knocking himself out while attempting a takedown in the first 3 seconds of his bout with Yoshihisa Yamamoto.
Lift him up with this. And the takedown, Mike. Oh, this is not pretty good fish.
Let's take us up to that moment against Mo in front of a few thousand people. While Kerr's continued career over 2013, well, through the end of it, I don't know if him being away from the sport would have added to his issues or helped him, but when he took his break in 2001, that should have been the last time Mark Kerr ever fought. We never should have seen him in the state he was in by the time of that return and everything that followed after. My hope being that in that scenario, his road to recovery would have been easier as a result.
It's been entertaining and had a great time doing it. Sure, definitely not that.
Luckily, not every story in this video is going to be that heavy. Sometimes it's 5 BJ pin in just 21 seconds.
We're in the backstage. We're getting our drug testing now. I just want to, such a nice man. Thank you for telling the fight. It helps and makes sense.
This time he would almost make it out of the first round before getting knocked out. We've recently seen the rapid decline of another legend in Chuck Liddell, with the UFC luckily stepping in. Mention for Hughes, it had been 4 years since his final title fight, an intro battle with his great rival George St. Pierre, their championship trilogy ending in his second defeat. Matt Hughes ushered in the modern era of the sport and was one of its greatest champions. That legacy was already etched in stone, and there was not going to be anything added to it, despite being unseen retirement. A cushy job at UFC HQ alongside Liddell ensured Hughes had a purpose after hanging up the gloves, and he conceded, but that was not at all the perfect time for this story to end. While you could argue that after his final defeat against GSP, such a high-level fighter had no reason to compete anymore, as it was clear there were no more titles in his future, but I disagree. I think the perfect send-off would have been his victory over Matt Serra 2 fights later. Why? It was the last loose thread. Hughes and Serra were meant to have a title bout after they coached a season tough together, but Serra got injured and forced that interim title bout with St. Pierre, defeating Serra in a fight-of-the-night effort to complete that last unresolved story arc. Would have been perfect way to have him send off one of the sport's greatest champions.
You get that weight and you just want to know what it is.
On the other side of fighting, and often it's difficult for fighters to even conceive what life is supposed to be after their career has ended. After all, these guys aren't retiring in their 60s. Most of them are still in the prime of their life. Such was the case for Jens Fuller, who wrestled with the idea of retirement for 6 years after his final bout in the UFC. We know this because of the incredible documentary about that time period called Driven. The promotion's first ever lightweight champion, who was stripped after 2 successful defenses over a contract dispute, would fight 17 more times with a record of 6-11 after his second UFC tenure, before finally hanging up the gloves following a decision loss to Sami Aziz in November of 2013 at a Swedish regional event. Not the send-off this legend deserved.
Isn't about the money. Love it.
Many felt that the perfect time for Colbert to retire was following his disastrous return to the UFC in 2006. First KO'd by a debuting Joe Lozon in under a minute. Stopped by former rival BJ Penn after they coached a season of The Ultimate Fighter together.
How do I learn to figure this shit out? How do I learn to be a businessman? How do I learn to be? And every day I does it. I have to retire because I can't mentally put it together.
But I disagree entirely. Colbert's run in the WBC after that created a perfect opportunity. On entering the promotion, Jins would be put up against a young and tough up-and-comer, the 11-1 Cub Swanson. It was your classic old being vet in the young scenario. But the plot twist was Colbert would win with an anaconda choke in 35 seconds. Maybe the old man still had it. Was that the perfect time? No, because that would lead to a featherweight title fight with another legend, Uriah Faber. It was one last shot at glory for Jins. And while the scorecards wouldn't reflect it, as Faber would retain with 50s across the board, the bout would end up being fight of the night. Was seen by 1.5 million viewers on TV. Perfect final showcase for such a legendary fighter who had a not so graceful exit from the UFC a year earlier.
The baddest man on the planet, champion, compound, probably the top 1 or 2 best fighter in the world. Am I so special? No, it's just me. I fought for a different reason.
But not every legend is forced to fight on smaller shows if they do not want to stop competing, like Brazilian royalty Minotauro Nogueira. It seemed like the UFC was willing to let him fight forever, an issue that will become far worse for another fighter we'll talk about later. At a point, the best fighter in the world in the early days of Pride FC, Nogueira was already a bona fide living legend by the time he entered the UFC for the first time, and had a pretty respectable run considering he was past his prime. He held intro gold, had a fantastic 2-fight series with fellow grappling elite Frank Mir, and put on a classic Randy Couture that so perfectly represented the best from Japan and the US in heavyweight from the early 2000s era. But the final 3 years of Knobs' UFC run would see him only compete 3 times, lose, and get knocked out, and in his career in August, you need to step and Struve in Rio.
And, it was a tough fight, But, it's been harder for me to beat me. They training, they do so hard, like 3 months, during the games, like respect.
But Big Dog deserved a much better send-off, and I have the perfect moment. It's 3 years earlier. Nogueira is coming back off the Cali a year. He was back in front of a Rio crowd, and he would earn the submission of the night, an armbar over Dave Herman. He's going to go belly down. And let this legend leave on a high note he deserved, rather than linger willously for 3 more years. I suppose better that, though, than the late career of Kazushi Sakuraba. Do you remember the brutality of his loss to Melvin Manhoef and Dream? I distinctly remember seeing the highlights surface online at the time, and I should probably be in for soccer. If you have told me that he had 8 more left in him, that stretch and land 5 up through 2011. Later to fight Shinya Aoki and rise in New Year's Eve card in Twitter on the ground, his team would be forced to throw in the towel. You're seeing that tonight. Saddest ending possible to the most legendary Japanese fighter's career. It was awful. There's one fighter's fate in this video that I could change. It would be Roths. Now, I would have said that his rematch with Royce Gracie in 2007 would be the perfect time for him to have retired, given the historical significance of their first bout in Pride. Unfortunately, Royce ruined that with his career. So, given the circumstances, I think the best possible goodbye card that same year was if she was faced with fellow legend and founder of Pan Grace, Masakatsu Funaki, and would defeat him via Kimura in the main event. This wasn't some knockdown, drag-out fight, but it was a really fighters that meant so much to the sport and Japan. That was the type of send-off that Sakuraba deserved, not bloodied and beaten down 7 years later, much like the pairing of Saku and Funaki. And I told you, final fight of both Kinshiro and Royce Gracie's careers were against each other. You might say, wow, that is just the most fitting ending possible. But in this case, you would be entirely two pioneers who so vitally helped shape the early sport in Japan and the U.S. Their final scene, the fight was a full notch since Gracie had defeated his last bout before that being the steroids. Kid had been more recently active, losing a bizarre comeback about 8 months earlier against Kimbo Slight after a 5-year hiatus himself. Two legends would compete for he was hit in the cup, and it certainly looked that way. A foul that went ignored and started the final sequence that led to Royce winning the TKO. You could not write a most possible way to have ended the stories of these two legendary fighters. A fight that had a terrible ending for two of the most important fighters to ever compete. It was just not at all the way things should have gone. Why didn't you mention the case for Jimmy Smith? Told you right after the fight.
I think I made it really clear when I was in the ring. I was pretty upset. And then after I told Royce and his corner that I apologized to them, why would I keep going? Maybe it was just a fatal thing. It just didn't happen.
They deserved better, and I know the exact moments they should have walked away. For Royce, this is an easy choice for me. Gracie should have absolutely stopped fighting after his legendary bout with Sakuraba at the Hawaii Grand Prix 2000 finals. It was his first ever loss. It was this perfect generational passing of the torch moment between what MMA was and what it had become. It was the ideal capstone to all the contributions that Gracie had made, and just a beautiful moment with his entire family there by his side. I cannot think of a better send-off, not to mention, if he stops there, we never have to see that. Bill Steroid in 2020, that legendary moment is it. The best moment to finish up Ken's career is pretty clearly defined too, as everything after his second UFC run was more or less out of necessity to earn money. And before, I totally understand. I'm not saying he shouldn't have done that. In a perfect world, the last fight of Ken Shamrock's career would have been trilogy of bouts with Tito Ortiz. And you get out to the toilet. When I said I'm in the ring, you're going to have to pull because I'm coming after you. Be the pioneer that he was in the 90s, and he's such a huge part of the early Super UFC success later. Really is a testament to how important Shamrock was to the sport. And so fucked up in our time for him to say goodbye and be proper face to the sport. I have to say, congratulations to him. I love this sport. I think this sport's the greatest sport in the world, and all the fighters in here have big hearts to step in there and fight. I just want to say God bless everybody. Thank you for the wonderful year. I love you all. It's crazy to think that these two legends here in the sport in the early 90s retired relatively close to the same time as Michael Bisping, who wouldn't even start competing until 2004. But that was the case. The ending was almost perfect after a long two in the eyes of many fans having settled into the role of a highly skilled gatekeeper. Bisping would earn middleweight gold in most shocking and feel-good moments of all time. This has been a lifetime work, and I understand why people, can't believe in me because I'm blocking fights, and I accept that. That's why I took this fight on short notice. That defines me. I am a fighter. He followed that up by completing his rivalry with Dan Henderson in his hometown of Manchester, no less. And then this near break culminated in Mike headlining one of the biggest cards the UFC has ever had against all-time legend George St. Pierre. Michael would end up losing that bout via a rear naked choke to cap off one of the greatest nights in MMA history. There was no better time to walk away than that moment.
I love doing what I do. You know, I'm from a small town in northwest of England, and it's not the headlining match such a great guy. I'll be damned if the last time I do it is get choked out on TV.
He won the title. He'd done everything he ever needed to do to cement his legacy as a Hall of Famer. It would have been the perfect time to lay the gloves down in the cage and would have somehow made one of the best endings of the best cards ever even better. 3 weeks later, Bisping would fill in for Anderson Silva against Kelvin Gastelum in Shanghai and be brutally KO'd in the first round.
You know, but unfortunately, it's going to take a bigger pile of shit than him to get rid of me.
Afterwards, Johnny Nick in England a chance to say goodbye to fans, but that never came. Bisping injured his eye against Gastelum and was forced to retire.
After the Gastelum fight with Japan, we went to a club, got his dog. His kitchen was flashed out at the corner of my good eye. What the hell? I kept looking. You know, see the flash, I was looking, and I realized there's no flash going on. It's just my eye. And every time I left, it just flashed. So I started freaking out, thinking, oh my god, I don't believe this. I've got a detached retina with good eye. And I actually was negotiating with the UFC to fight with Sean Evans in London. But a lot of guys have then lost most of the use of one of their eyes open down. Probably the smart thing to do would have been one of those guys. This is me. It was my identity, and until I won that belt, I wasn't happy. Now, when I won it, my wife said she wanted me. So when I fought Luke in the
Brutal epilogue. What was a story being forced on them following Nelson in 2019 suffered a stroke.
Последние я стану следующий раз, пока целый филм. Если имам проблема с Rabbi. To sam primijetio kad sam vožio na rikace, on zagarantirao gledam čim pogledam iza sebe. Ja sam zarotirao glavu 10 puta jednu stranu, 10 puta u drugu, nakon toga sam pao nešto. Imao sam možda ljud.
Mirko was on a 10-fight win streak going back 5 years. There was a time that Mirko was the most feared striker in the whole world. And his Pride FC run was just filled with victim after victim. 16 finishing championship bout with Fedor Emelianenko, winning the 2006 Openweight GP. But famously, Mirko would struggle in the UFC afterwards, never earning a singles victory and seeing him finished 5 times. His career rebound after that first UFC run really is remarkable. And had he not been forced to retire, I would say that the perfect time for him to walk away hadn't yet come. But since we have perfect hindsight in this video, I do know the best possible send-off, and that was his return to Pride's spiritual successor, Ryzen, in 2016. Riding a 3-fight win streak with 3 finishes, Mirko would enter Ryzen's Openweight GP tournament and absolutely mobbed the win everyone, earning 4 finishes, the final 2 victories to win the tournament old school style on the same night on a New Year's Eve show of all things, the biggest card that year in Japan. What better send-off for a Pride legend than that? It would have been absolutely perfect, and I so wish that was his ending. Prokop and Bisping were forced to retire because of injuries, and it was incredibly sad they didn't get to go out on their own terms. But our next legend's forced retirement came as a sigh of relief for most fans. And if there is any fighter on this list who needed a better ending than the one he got, it was BJ Penn. There was a time that the Prodigy was simultaneously one of the most popular, well-respected, and greatest fighters on the planet. The former two-division UFC champion was an any 10-fight losing streak that spanned 8 years and was knocked out in a street fight outside a bar and finally forced to retire. This one killed me. Baby J is one of my all-time favorites, and of everyone we've spoken about, there may not be a worse career fate. Penn deserved better, and the perfect moment was one that he had thought of himself. His title eliminator with Big Diaz.
Yeah, I don't fight my friends and that's just like, I care about the people. I would never sign fight for so I'm here on 20 from me. And I was pretty surprised that I wasn't fighting Carlos Condit and then I was fighting Nick Diaz. We trained together, we sparred together, we grappled together, so a fight's a fight, and that's 2 years ago, and I don't know what he's gonna come at me with. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter. I don't really care. I'll fight any of them anytime.
This fight was an instant classic, and even though the outcome was a loss for BJ, it was a glorious final showcase and truly the high point of his late career. And they're still talking, at least.
By unanimous decision,
Is there any joy in this one for you? Just getting the title? Even the fact that,
I didn't fight somebody I know, I didn't fight somebody who we might have been friends at some point in time before, we could have been training together. They already had brought me up for training.
it was also the start of his abysmal losing streak, one that would see baffling performances and brutal beatdowns. The first thing he told Joe Rogan after fighting Nick,
Last time you're going to see me here, I want to perform at the top level. That's it, Joe.
I truly wish it was, because it would.
Does it ever feel like you're a marketing professional? I think to the edge, you can know you're reaching. We have 130 million of them. Buyers by John Title, industry seniority skills, and did I say John Title? See how you can avoid the void and reach the right buyers with LinkedIn ads. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Would have been a fitting send-off and saved both Penn and his fans the 8 years that came after he walked out of the octagon that night. Of course, at the end of the day, though, all of these moments I've said fighters should retire are just my opinion, except for Daniel Cormier. He has expressed that he knows exactly when he should have retired, and I completely agree with him. In reality, his end would come after back-to-back losses to Steve Miocic, first losing his heavyweight title, and then a year later failing to regain it. One of the greatest fighters ever retired in an empty Apex Center to no fanfare whatsoever after being smothered for 5 rounds.
I mean, it is what it is. Being on the losing end of 2 big fights and it's a very sad position to be in, but I'm not interested in fighting for anything but titles, and I don't imagine there's going to go in the future, so that'll be it.
It was not a send-off fitting for such an amazing career, and had DC listened to himself, it sounds like it would have been avoided. After his incredible win in the first fight with Stipe to become the heavyweight champion, Cormier had a relatively quick turnaround to beat Derek Lewis on short notice to headline a card in Madison Square Garden, making him the first fighter ever to defend titles in 2 weight classes. A month later, Cormier was scheduled for back surgery, a procedure that completely altered his ability to fight and train, and one he now says should have ended his career.
When I had that back surgery in 2018 after Derek Lewis was over, I fought twice since, and I possibly should not have. When I had that back surgery, it so severely limited what I could do. It was pretty much over. I just wasn't the same guy.
Making that win over Lewis, especially knowing that the surgery was upcoming, moment to walk away from the sport on a true man's in your house. fate that befell our next fighter. I think it was an opportunity at one point to have a perfect retirement, but it would unfortunately pass. The living legend and greatest middleweight of all time retired after losing via TKO to Uriah Hall on a fight night card at the Apex during the pandemic with no crowd. This was following 7 years with just a single victory. I cannot think of a worse send-off for one of the most important fighters that has ever existed.
I'm enjoying the moment, and sometimes it's very difficult for us to stop. This is my air. This is I do for my entire life and with my heart.
When was the right time? Well, I don't think it was after the leg break. Important aspect of his story. I wouldn't tell him to stop after the disgrace of failing a PED test following the Nick Diaz fight either. I'm glad he kept going on because his passing of the torch to Israel Adesanya was one of those once-ever type moments in the sport that so perfectly bridged the gap from the greatness that was Anderson and what was to come with Adesanya.
Thank you guys. Thank you. I work my entire life in sport, and I need to say thank you, God, for giving me one more time a great opportunity for give a great show for you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Strider. Thank you, Dana. Thank you.
Thanks so much. For most, the outcome of this fight was never in question, but that's not why that fight was important. And even still, it was the last time Anderson Silva ever felt like Angela. And to have him say goodbye after that incredible moment in front of an adoring crowd would have been the best possible send-off for the Spider. There are probably legends I didn't speak on today that you think deserved better. Lingered for far too long, but the reason you didn't see them is because I disagree. Prince or Emelianenko, I don't think I would argue that his career probably should have ended after Strikeforce of Bellator, and I'm glad he competed for one more world title twice against Ryan Bader. Not to mention the send-off they gave him last year was great. With this big gathering of all these legends, that was a great retirement, and I wouldn't change a thing, despite the rough match he had between Strikeforce and Bellator. My favorite retirement ever is probably one many would assume would end up in this video, and that is Randy Couture. To me, it was the perfect retirement. If you don't recall, this was when he was brutally head kick KO'd by Lyoto Machida. So how can I think that catastrophic ending was perfect for one of my all-time favorite fighters? Well, first, if we don't get to that point, out on two fantastic late career moments, his Hall of Famer versus Hall of Fame fight with Mark Coleman, and of course the MMA versus boxing beatdown of James Toney, which I think would have been the worst possible fight to retire after. It was just far too silly. What makes his loss to Machida so great to me is that it perfectly encapsulated Couture.
Are we gonna see you again? No, you're not gonna see me again. This is it. Couture, ladies and gentlemen.
This man's entire career was throwing himself headlong into what seemed unwinnable situations. From his rivalry with China retirement to beat Tim Sylvia to take on the monster that was Brock Lesnar, the outcome was not always positive, but Couture striving for that greatness and willingness. Machida had just lost when he expected Randy to win that fight. This was Couture again pushing himself to the limit to compete against the best possible fighters, and the outcome made it clear that he was not on that level anymore. How could Randy have gone out any other way than doing what he'd always done his entire career, trying to be the best? It was perfect, and it was having that kind of meaningful moments that I had hoped for every fighter we talked about today. But now it's your turn. When do you think these fighters should have retired? Who didn't I talk about today that you feel deserve better? Let me know. I want to hear the editor of this video, Luke Taylor. He knocked it out of the deserves an amazing retirement too whenever he hangs up the gloves, which is going to be never. Please follow him on all his socials and go check out his awesome YouTube channel. A massive shout to our channel Hall of Famers as well. You guys make this kind of longer content easier to make. We cannot thank you enough. If you'd like to remember, hit that join button in our videos. Like and subscribe to James Toney. Leave those comments down below I just talked about. And have yourselves a fantastic day, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
marketing professional just speaking. With LinkedIn ads, you can know you're reaching the right decision makers, a network of 130 million of them, in fact. You can even target buyers by job title, industry, company, seniority, skills, and did I say job title? See how you can avoid the void and reach the right buyers with LinkedIn ads. Spend $50 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
After she finished after they watched, then they went back and destroyed the apparatus. Which I hate doing so. So what happens again? You flew over the holding the bush. So they knocked them down and cut down a little bit. Then the concrete of the outside. So they go into the land, so they cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time, destroying it. It's like now again it has to be pushed. So however you push everything, so pulling with you. Once it's chugging with the land, it has to proceed ultimately along the instruction on it instead of it. You do the guys in this moment. You do what is called putting the design so that actually says if the sunset is stabbing the dagger on the ground, and the entity is land, you're obligated to go ahead and watch. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the other go ahead and release. With the after, you work the sharp after it. And after you sharper, then you go back and you upgrade. So it's like there's this enemy so like something together. Sometimes you know, it's like this is not finishing. One word at a time. So like this has to go like this. That's the number of different light recognizing and then having all of that 70%. I know that that's what I mean. Distraction. It's not a right or wrong about how it can so from it, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal of this is to find the land. Destroying the whole thing, especially with this bond of a lot of time. Well, as they're going to be pushing into those details. So first one line, knock down over something, do it, conquer it, then go back there. What's this word about? We have them as local self. So as yes, first thing comes. As the real thing says, you shall go and go and destroy them as the place. But so actually means the pastor also actually does the actually construct. The pastor the construction is start the smart signal self, break them up signals, but everything. But that's something like that. Similarly, what's the burner? That is again says tomorrow I'm going to talk with those the other tasks. Right? It's like so don't be soon and then work. Yes, this is what also that's what your life. Talk to the man is working. So this is incredible you sewed. Somebody check this out. So I sort of found out so in this you sewed. Incredible. This is supposed to be singing at the sort of that it's not just to stop worshiping it or to destroy or to go to destroy the item, but rather again not just like to stop it in the camp and to it's like the shirish what's the difficulty is something something not just like to stop it but a person is starting to shirish after that person has to go ahead and ultimately you can find these as large and third. So this is Good. So we should be showing is what's the status of the cover. If it looks like the cover is now or not. Remember again, why Therefore, money and also put them into the movie as well. It's not a right or a wrong. So come in, destroying the whole process, actually, this thought level is a lot of fun. Well, as so first of all, you know what? That kind of numbers has to go through it, conquer it, then go back in. So it's very good. So that's going to be the first up. So you have to now get still see copy. As the notion says, you shall go and put it in the spread of the notation. But hold on. So actually, it's constantly also which translates to constructive Bahara. Start discussing yourself, break their obstacles, Bahara. What's that like? Single is the burning. Rather against the Kumara Abraxo, you know the Akata zero. Right? Or say so we don't use the zero and then go. The activity and as a people that is good and good. Talking the man is open and therefore giving up season was after that we desire adequacy. It's very slow, it's constructed to make hopes, but then we say it's working and so you have to have that. Well, anybody, you know, okay, go okay, well, it's the colors, it's after Shanish Akara. Or say that one of the SDGs is not up level, sorry, it's not just selected. It's after Shanish Akara, which is the Shanish Akara means you have to make sure to best of the example. You'll see people the Shanish Akara level, where the resolution burn, and up the level, correct. Now, so this is incredible you sewed. Somebody checks it out. So I put a thing out, so receiving at Zoro, that it's not just that to stop worshiping or to destroy. Because what's going to destroy the idol, but rather again, what's the normal it's not just that we stop and it's not that we cherish what's it that we use something everything makes it is giving it something it's not just that we stop the person started to cherish that go ahead and ultimately it's hard to judge our authority. So what's this? So for offers us how much you do that with that's up to you. But of course you have to do that. think where should I start? This is that strong. As Elohim al Kohanim Hagam. If God is on the Torah, but Allah is on the base. You can't watch what he's done. It's every basically it's done on the so that you keep it comfortable. So then you see this every time. Listen. Chemical acquisitions is travel from the box. Then what? What do you like? So this is what I could have just said. Just right on the top. That's why I'm not even saying words to us to back in the market and bring us like a whole other GPS. That's 500 years to that, and you have to reach out to that Zara. I'm going to tell you where to find that Zara. That Zara's on top of the mountain. That Zara's on top of the streets. That's not the hills. That Zara is off of the so therefore, it's going to be strong. In order to love that stuff, really that very well things. He said, this is level of this, and this is our not. Everybody has to see that this is spiritual adjustment. All that gets you So it's only one covering his wife was. His wife now he and what about success? Success got over right? So other right, so then the nice that goes back to on the flow. And then they are both saying on the other hand, that's was once you listen to me later, and you'll say this is what you say. You know you want to know that you will solve also you will come in a heart, so what's like only this is one. Very just and then when you go on, go ahead and watch worship it. That is not like everybody wants. So you use what's possessive. Because also listening to turns out that according to this approach, actually that's what so this is the Shesha says, one of the others that not only goes back to the same it's a second line that we have to do. And I come summer, you know, she wants to also up to winter, and I come over, she was just snap and say, not about each other, just sometimes snap. And then what you have to do is why. Like what? Like the high, what about why did that shoot up? Why is that shoot up? Because she's what he's up to. The coach each goes to the side to do it. And everything is going to be actually involved in also doesn't choose that everything actually involved as the victims involved in the practice of others. And the victims transform everything into actually coach each goes to the side of the Asiya. My love, is what's oh, wipe out all the other stuff, like So first question, after the line, left down when we start asking for doing conquer, then go back up. Shall go and make it whether it's but hold up. So actually the answer was that that's start this hospital stuff, bring them hospitals, but hold up. But stuff like that. Similarly, this is where it is. Rather than say, I'm going to go to the attack states. Right? I say, so this is an incredible use so somebody checks this out. So I thought about that so that it's not just enough to stop worshiping or to destroy churches there or to destroy the idol. The desire again, shout out. So for Someone says, the Sachem Sohab Andre, you have to come to me with someone that is called them. Which introduces to us that is shocking out the way to us to drive up every that which is hard was. And as Yosef says, Elohim, our holy, and again, that's what ultimately the time was to say that it's only that we can talk about. By definition, is hard. Of the earth that so what's it? Just the form. What's not even a thing like, oh, I don't feel my heart of all. Why did I say this? No, we should use what he says, Yahweh. Because it looks like he trained as such Yahweh, and it was the same thing. So that's man's finger. Yes, it is. Then what? So, and then you know, go ahead and watch worship. That is not like that is not like the don't want that. So you just want to access why? Without any specific intention and any activities. Nevertheless, it's still awesome. And it's like, again, that was a good time. It's still something like a ball, basically. It's not why are you going to shoot that? Why because you was my last
Hangisi Omer Hashem Tzidkades, היינו סגל, חטאת להשם, what does that mean, right? You know, Shabbat you know the time. So I would assume that that would see, I would have already not said, Hashem Tzidkades. And all it would have said is Hashem Tzidkades. I would assume that that is a verse which is actually practiced by our discussion. The time must be Hashem Tzidkades was a reality of this. Hashem So now what do I do? We have to put something off. Actually, she does the work. Let me tell you, actually, should not go one of us off. Was a subsequent right after the sorry. I actually think they have according to Yosef Judah, this was an issue from what he said. And then subsequent portions that the tree becomes us as a rose. So the version of the everybody comes to that one. All the rose of people that the tree already look at the then worship it. But the tree generates the word, then the tree actions from the other. So we want to do the business. I'm actually considering my people will say that this is for the Russian children, this is for the children, of almost no profit, ultimately, which parents is so. Which parents is so, for them to be pure apple wisdom. So, it's a conquest of two steps in instruction of our life. The first step was count down. And then, primary objective was after captured the one, then had destroyed the abolition. It was a amazing mistake. So the knocking down and general that's the speed of country of the West. As the road to the West, soldiers they didn't come down, push down, back over, whatever they can. But the point is right now that it has to push. So however you push her, you start pushing the field. There's a type of last aspect of the strength of the instruction power is like really that's the struggle. Zero over responsibility to design so that she says if you suffer and stab you, the dad doesn't die. And we actually to land you and obligated to go ahead for us. You're obligated to go ahead now. Cut down the opportunity. With the after push the sharp to operate. After the cover, go back and the up. Those things that are safe. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But normally, looking at destroying the whole process, it's a lot of time. Well, as I said, so first one, after the lab, that kind of looks at as you go through it. Shall go into the
That's right. We used to go on forever. It's a match made in William Montgomery and Kilby. What an unstoppable machine we are. Absolutely, like you said, your family, the opposite of Cam Patterson's grandmother. They love said, how does it feel to be in front of Tucker, Joe, and Jim?
It really is a treat. Ask you, did that one guy suck Obama's dick? I have the answer, and let me say I don't judge. Yeah, but oh yeah. I've been watching that, honestly, that's been something that he told me that. I was like, this.
Not kidding at all. Unbelievable. The question was the look on Joe Rogan's face
That's it.
Different. Oh, that was a good one. What was that funny noise? I told people, you dumbass. What was that? No, literally, right there. What was that? What is that stupid thing saying?
It's called Calm Bomb. Yeah, Calm Kapow.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. And then I'm going to Tacoma this weekend, Tony. We'll see how it goes. They're adding a third show on Saturday. Thank you to anybody who's ever bought a ticket to come see me. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, adding a third show Saturday. So we'll see how it goes, Tony.
What else, Willie? You're very excited. Willie, what else do you want to plug? What else is going on?
It was just Sweet Little Gator's birthday last week. Very exciting. We got her a little ice cream cone dog treat, and she will not eat it, and she starts yapping at me when I get close to it. So that's